So I am an employee at Ford, and Ford is a sponsor of the Formula SAE competition. So I myself have been coming down here for a few years. We often get Ford employees down here volunteering, getting involved in the competition and meeting all the students. Formula SAE is an excellent stepping stone for future engineers. For a start, you get out here into the engineering community. All the students who are here will have seen just how many different engineers are working and volunteering here. It's a great place to be, so you learn a lot, you meet a lot of people. And when you go into the workplace, you realise very quickly that what you've learnt in this competition is invaluable. And even if you're not working on cars specifically, what you're doing is you're solving problems, and that's what Formula SAE teaches students to do. I studied engineering and I was a student in the Formula SAE competition back in the day. I looked after the suspension and vehicle dynamics on my team, and when I graduated I got a graduate job at Ford, and actually I went into the vehicle dynamics department at Ford, and I spent the last 5 years actually working on the car that you see behind me. So I was specifically working on the Everest, and I was doing ride and handling, so all this sort of suspension tuning and looking after the comfort of the vehicle, looking after the sort of the characteristics of when you're driving it, and the sort of sporty feeling that you get when you drive the car. There are lots of benefits for us Ford engineers coming down here and helping out with the competition. We get to talk to the students, we get to share ideas, talk cars. It's a really fantastic environment. And I personally get to brush up on a lot of my engineering skills that I don't practice all the time in my day-to-day work at Ford. So it's a learning experience for me as well, and I really, really enjoy it.
Formula SAE is a good fit with Henkel because we like to work with the engineers of today. They're going to be the engineers of tomorrow. So we make sure that our brand, they're aware of our brand, they're aware of our technology, they understand how our products work, and then when they go out into industry, we partner with them again, and we can also find them other solutions in other parts of the industry. So Henkel's involvement here is that we actually support a few of the teams, Swinburne and Monash. We've also got another team in WA. We're looking to sponsor a team in New Zealand. We support them technically, we provide training, but we also provide product as well, so that these guys can get their cars operating at the top level. Yep. So Henkel Australia is one of the largest producers of adhesive technologies in the world. Everything from cyanoacrylates to silicons to modified silones to structural bonders, both flexible and rigid. So we have a whole range of products that can do a lot of different things for vehicles.
Okay, so Leap Australia distributes engineering software. So we're the reseller for ANSYS in Australia and New Zealand. So ANSYS can do computational fluid dynamics, structural analysis with FEA. We can also do electromagnetic simulation, and we can also do a full-car simulation, so something like an autonomous vehicle. So we also do CAD software, so that's with PTC Creo and also Onshape. So a lot of the teams in Formula SAE, or a lot of the universities, have our software. So a majority of the teams have used our software to do their CFD simulations, so looking at airflow over the cars, and quite a large majority have used them to analyse structural components, as well as teams using carbon composite monocoques. They're using our software to analyse the stresses in those structures. So a lot of the Formula SAE teams, like I said, use our software, and quite a number of our employees have been Formula SAE team members. So it helps us to get a better understanding of what is needed, because it's always changing with the cars sort of developing in technology from where they were. At least when I sort of saw SAE about 20 years ago, it's sort of come quite a long way. And it's just really introducing the students to the techniques that are used with our software a lot earlier on than they would see it in their the normal course of their degree.
So SAE Electric is a global company that is in the electrification industry of transport vehicles, from 4.5 tonne trucks up to 22.5 tonne trucks, and we've got a global presence all around the world, with engineering headquarters in Iowa, USA, and also in Melbourne, Australia. SAE Electric is involved with Formula SAE because we find that a lot of students gravitate towards an engineering industry that is likewise to the competition with regards to the EV vehicles that are built by students. So a lot of the skills that students may learn at FSAE competitions are problem solving, thought process and development, good engineering discipline and solutions to practical problems. And we like to find students that can have those abilities. Also, students have a deeper understanding of electric vehicles and vehicle systems, which is something that SEA Electric is always looking for. I personally love about FSAE is the culture, the camaraderie, the competitive spirit between teams, and this is something that SEA love to see as well within their company.
Well, welcome back to Formula SAE-Australasia 2022. We're about to start the endurance event. We have a number of cars lined up. Now the cars will run in the order that they finished the autocross. ECU with the fastest time should be leading out, but Sydney were very, very close. So if there was a penalty for any one of those teams, it might have switched around. We also see Victoria University lined up. We will be running the IC cars before the electric vehicles. So the electric vehicles do need as much time as they can get to recharge their batteries following the autocross run. So this event should be 11 laps per driver, 2 drivers per car, so 22 kilometres total. There is a driver change in the middle, and that tends to be a bit of a heartbreaking moment for teams because it's a time where a lot of the cars don't get restarted. So usually if a car does reach the second half of endurance, there's usually the team has got big cheers at the end of the competition. There's quite a lot of points associated with this. So this is both the endurance and the fuel economy, and this is the largest points haul by far. So everything's up for grabs. This ECU team and Sydney have been going at each other throughout the weekend. They're very close. If ECU are slightly ahead in the points, but if Sydney have a really good run here and ECU don't, they could take the competition right here. Victoria University unfortunately didn't get a autocross run. They were lined up, but unfortunately the gates had closed and they didn't get through. We also see RMIT, their combustion car, lined up as well, ready to go. So hopefully that'll start. They haven't been able to run any dynamic events. And if there is unreliability of the rest of the teams, they'll be ready to pick up places there. Sorry, my apologies. It's actually Waikato that is lined up. Now Waikato did get one run in the autocross, but didn't return, and their time was not quite as good as ECU and Sydney. With these IC cars, there will be an opportunity to see up to 4 of the cars on the track at any given time. So we should be able to see how they compare in the same conditions during endurance. So it does appear that ECU may have hit a cone during the autocross. I didn't see that on the screens, but the marshals around are fairly observant with this. So that would have been a penalty, which meant that University of Sydney has won the autocross event. So as we are calling out times for these events, we don't know which penalties have been hit. If you hit a cone in endurance, each cone hit is a 2-second penalty. So it really does add quite a lot of time. So drivers need to drive fast on a very difficult track, but also stay very clean. So Sydney will start. They'll have a couple of laps under their belt, and before they release ECU, and then it should be Waikato afterwards. It appears we may not have been going over the loudspeaker here, but that's okay. I was really just rabbiting on anyway, and we've got the star of the show, Isaac, has joined us, so he'll be on the mic soon. So Sydney looking to start their car. They haven't had any problems starting so far, so this should just be a procedure for them. Now, if a team isn't unable to meet their starting slot, there is a 2-minute penalty that is added on after the timing is done, but that's not going to be Sydney because Sydney has started and we're about to see the first car enter the track. Now, this was incredibly well driven during the autocross. They really put the time good enough to be up there with some of the best electric cars. So this is going to be a very tight contest between Sydney and Edith Cowan University in particular. But Waikato won't let them have any success too easily. They'll be fighting this. Just holding him at the start line, ready to go. And we're away. Endurance for Formula SAE-Australasia in 2022 has begun, the big event. This is a mix of speed, and even though it doesn't seem like a long run, 22 kilometres doesn't seem like a large distance for an endurance, but for cars that have been built by students throughout a year, designed and built from scratch, 22 kilometres is a real test of these vehicles. So you'll generally find that the drivers will be fairly tentative their first few laps out. And I believe we also have ECU on the track as well. So we now have Sydney and ECU on their first laps. They'll be feeling this track out, trying to make sure that they nurse their cars to the end. ECU should be ahead in the standings at the moment. They have one acceleration and skid pad, and it looks like they've got a second place in the autocross. But Sydney are very close, so Sydney will really need to push hard here if they want to make sure that they can do as well as possible. ECU have a little bit more of a luxury of holding back and maybe ensuring the car is a little bit more reliable. So Sydney coming through to complete their first lap soon. Now this isn't wheel-to-wheel racing. Anytime a car catches another, they will be permitted to pass. We want to make sure that this is a learning competition. It's a great opportunity to do a bit of racing and learn, but we want to ensure that it is done in a safe manner. And that first lap from the University of Sydney was a 1:38. Now this is a slightly longer lap than what we would have experienced in autocross, so the times will be slower than what we saw in autocross. Edith Cowan University crossing the line with a 1:41, so the first lap, the battle goes to the University of Sydney by 3 seconds. So we should see these times really come down very quickly, but both teams just feeling it out, making sure that they finish. There aren't many competitors in the IC competition, so if you win endurance, you're pretty much guaranteed that you're going to get a podium in the IC class. So two different cars here. The University of Sydney don't have a noticeable aerodynamics package, and Edith Cowan University sporting a front wing, rear wing, and some side wings as well. So there is a little bit of difference there. That should favour the University of Sydney in the efficiency. That being said, the Edith Cowan University car is the lightest car at competition, so that will help them as well. And it does look like Edith Cowan University has closed the gap a little bit on this lap. I'm not sure whether Sydney is going a little bit slower there, or we will see the time. And that was a 1:36.3. And ECU coming over the line now, and we'll see how they compare. And yes, that's a 1:27.7 for Edith Cowan University, so it is what it looks like. Edith Cowan is catching Sydney here. But these cars were very, very close in autocross, so I'd expect the times will be similar once both of these drivers get used to the track.
Yeah, correct. And usually it's often the case that the two autocross drivers generally go on to do the endurance event. That's not always the case for some teams. Sometimes they like to share the driving around, but usually those two drivers have had experience of the track and will go out and do the endurance event as well.
Now, one thing we didn't tell anybody during the autocross is that ECU replaced an engine last night. Unfortunately, when they checked the oil filters after autocross, they found plenty of party glitter, and that's not a good sight. So they did an engine change and really got all fingers and toes and legs and arms crossed that this car will get over the line today.
Yeah, there's a little bit of cloud cover here at Winton Motor Raceway at present, and that will help the temperatures for some of the teams. A little bit cooler now than it was earlier this morning, so some teams that have maybe pushed the limits a little bit more on the cooling will be thankful for that.
Yeah, and ECU definitely gaining on Sydney now. So this should... Sydney doesn't appear to be able to pick up the pace as much during these early laps. And Sydney there with the 135.9.
Victoria University Motorsport now coming up towards the end of that. A little bit of flame spitting out of the back of that car here. We're already big fans of the CBR 600, but with some fireworks shows happening there as well, not hurting their cause whatsoever. And coming up towards the end of the first lap for that vehicle, so we'll see what kind of time they put on the board.
Edith Cowan's lap there was a 127.1, so knocking out about 8 seconds out of Sydney's lead on that previous lap.
And yeah, one lap down for Victoria University Motorsport team there, so onto lap 2 of endurance. No time, oh yep, you have a 141.17 lap for the first lap for Victoria Uni there.
Yeah, usually those flames spurting out the exhaust is really not running an overrun fuel cut, so it's pretty common to see in the older forms of motorsport, but as you go off throttle there's still a fair bit of fuel going in which will ignite in the exhaust. That's often countered in your engine management by ensuring that when you are in low throttles you pull the fuel out. And fuel usage is particularly important in a Formula student event or a Formula SAE event. Sorry for the slip there. To ensure that you get as many points as possible. So great to see Victoria University out there. Sydney coming through to complete another lap shortly. But they've got ECU tight on their tails now. They're very close. You can see on the screen that ECU is being held up now by Sydney. Sydney will be asked to move aside. This won't worry ECU at all because if they are running quicker here, Sydney is their main competitor, and if they can finish this endurance, they should have this.
Yeah, so with the endurance event as opposed to the autocross, there is actually passing lanes we should explain to some new viewers. So although the cars aren't racing wheel to wheel on the track, they obviously will encounter each other during the endurance event. So if there is a slower car, they will be shown a blue flag by the marshals, which we've just seen happen to the University of Sydney car now. And the ECU car will be allowed to go past. Some confusion.
Some confusion from the ECU driver, but he is past.
He is past.
That's held both of them up. But the last laps there, University of Sydney was a 134 and Edith Cowan University a 129.4.
So yeah, what we see there possibly one of those results of a team. And all the teams here at competition that haven't been in the dynamic events and had a competition for a couple of years. So it's just those little things that you experience every year, such as how to handle the passing situation in an endurance event. And that's not really something your teams can simulate in their testing. So yeah, not unusual to see some confusion like that at the start of the endurance event, but hopefully they'll know what to do next time and there'll be no more delays.
So this is the first driver from the autocross for ECU. He's a first time running this, as it is for most of the students that are driving. Didn't realise that he was going to be driving 3 days ago, but I think he's doing a pretty good job out there.
Great to see all three cars still out there running at the moment. We are starting to see some of the electric vehicles heading towards the queue, not quite in line just yet, so it will be a few more minutes before we see the first of the EVs take to the track, but the IC cars are scheduled to run first in this event. Reason being, it gives the electric vehicles more time to charge their battery. Obviously there's not a great deal of time between the autocross and the endurance event, so it is quite difficult to sometimes get the accumulator out of the car, get it fully charged in that time. So by running the combustion cars first, we afford the EVs that little bit of extra charging time, and they're starting to line up now, which is great to see.
That last lap from Edith Cowan was a 136, but they were slowed down during that passing manoeuvre, and so were University of Sydney with a 144. So they're now in clear air. It looks like Sydney is holding on pretty well to ECU now. It's the drivers picked up a bit of pace. It's a little bit easier once you start to follow somebody, and really get a sense of how fast you've got to go in this competition. So that University of Sydney car is not being dropped by ECU, so there could be a pass on here. Let's see in the next few laps if he can close the gap or whether ECU can extend out.
Yep, so we have the first of the electric vehicles starting to join the queue here. Now, there was obviously some corrections after the autocross event, which there always is. The raw times we give out during the commentary are just that, the raw times, but teams are penalised for collecting cones on their fastest lap and also for any gates they may have missed. So some of the order has been swapped around here. And that leaves, at this point, there is still room for protest if teams feel that there was a mistake made. But at this point, we believe that Swinburne was the winner of the autocross event, and therefore they're the first in the queue for the endurance event.
Well, that's quite interesting. In fact, it looks like Auckland were seventh to start. So that amazing run we saw from them looks like picked up some serious penalties there. So Edith Cowan there, a much slower lap from them, a 1:34. And let's see, Sydney a 1:33.9. So yes, they're running almost identical times at the moment. University of Victoria still completing their laps, but their last lap was a 1:52.9.
Yeah, so definitely taking it easy with this car. Unsure if they have an issue or just making sure that they don't overstress the car and make sure it can finish the endurance. If they are deemed to be travelling too slowly and are a danger to the other cars, they may be black flagged, but I think they're probably still doing enough at this point to continue on.
So it is running around reasonably slowly for Victoria, but there are two lots of points in play here. There is the endurance time, but also the efficiency points. So efficiency is awarded based on fuel usage per lap time, and I'm getting a message that I won't read out. So no, ECU is not really at the same sort of pace we saw earlier. So Sydney are looking like they're not only staying on top here, but gaining a little bit. So that looks like there may be an issue, but let's hope that they can nurse it to the end. Yeah, definitely ECU has definitely slowed there. This is really unfortunate to see. Yeah, Sydney's right on them now. No, I think that
some smoke from the ECU car.
That's that. I think, unfortunately, the party dust that was in the motor last night, all of the work to replace the engine, unfortunately, it hasn't been enough for them, and that engine has let go. So that has given Sydney a really good run at this competition now. If they can finish this endurance run, they should take it overall.
Yeah, that is a real shame for ECU. That car has been very impressive this weekend. I believe along a lot of people around the pits, through the tech inspection, the design judging, other teams were big fans of that car, and they've put in a great effort this weekend. So it is a shame not to finish the endurance event, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're not the last. It's going to be a very tough event for a lot of the competitors out there, so there could still be more to come in this event yet. I believe they've actually red flagged the event for the time being, so stopped all the cars on the track. Possibly that ECU car may have dropped some oil on the circuit. And it obviously was smoking, so it's best just to be sure that the car is safe and the track is safe for any other competitors. We don't want anyone slipping on that oil and causing any more accidents. So they're just going to put a pause to proceedings here, get that car out of the road, check that the track is still in a safe condition, and then we'll get back underway.
Yes, that car has definitely lost fluid of some sort. And I think, unfortunately, given the time that we've had between events, this sort of unreliability is, we've seen throughout the event that this has happened. I think everyone was hoping that you'd get the run at the right time, but a huge credit to the students involved with all of these teams that have reliability problems. They work very, very hard for this, but that certainly, I think, would have been interesting for RMIT. So RMIT Petrol haven't managed to run an event yet, but there are a lot of points in play here, so they may not be out of contention either.
Yeah, absolutely. They did put in a good performance in some of the static events. So if they can get the car out for endurance at some point, this competition still is open. So obviously the teams are scheduled to run in an order based on their times in autocross. So the RMIT combustion car did not get out for autocross and has not posted a time, but it still is allowed to run after the allotted cars have commenced their runs at the end of the event. So there is still chances for cars to get out later in the afternoon.
So we will be waiting for a restart. The organisers have been very efficient during this weekend, and while the teams might be a bit rusty, it doesn't seem that the organisers are. They've done a fantastic job with scrutineering, a fantastic job with the static event judging, and we're seeing the same with the volunteers and so on in this event.
Yeah, obviously events like these don't happen without volunteers, but no one at this event here is paid to do this. Everyone comes and volunteers their own time, often taking time off from their full-time jobs to come and help run this event. A lot of those volunteers obviously are past students of the category and alumni, and really like to come back and give back to the event. And if you are a student and you are graduating soon, please consider volunteering for the event. It takes a lot of people and a lot of time and effort to get an event like this running, and it's very difficult to make it all happen. And so we thank all the volunteers that are here this year for giving up their time and doing their absolute best. And we hope they've enjoyed it, and so have the students.
So that spill is being tidied up. The car is parked there unceremoniously near the start. It's well out of the way of anybody that's running. And we'll have Sydney and University of Victoria keen to get back on with it, and they will be joined on track very soon by Waikato if they're not already out. It looks like Waikato aren't out, but they will be joined by the electric vehicles.
And this will be interesting to see, because obviously there are two cars out there, which is the Sydney Motorsport car and the Victoria University Motorsport team vehicle. Both have been forced to stop on the track due to this red flag for the clean-up. So they will be expected to restart from their positions. And what happens often when you stop a car, a race car especially, some have fans wired into their low voltage system, some don't. But either way, you still experience a lot of heat soak in the vehicle, because often the water pumps are run off the engine. When the engine's not running, the car sits still and you get a lot of heat soak through the engine. And it's quite common in the driver change in the middle of endurance to see internal combustion cars struggle to restart. So this will be a real test for those two cars out on track. But let's have fingers crossed that they can get those cars fired up once we get underway and continue their run.
Yes, this is an unfortunate part. Nobody wants to see a red flag, and certainly if you're out there, you only want to try and restart your car once in the event. But the cars are required to restart without any external assistance, and if they're unable to restart, they are out of the event. So we do hope that that is something that's not going to affect Victoria and Sydney. Now Sydney's been fairly reliable with their starting throughout the event, so I'm not expecting that they're going to have any issues, and Victoria, I think, have the advantage of the CBR, which is an easier motor to start than the single cylinders. So hopefully these cars will be up and running fairly soon.
And Sydney have, it looks on the board, completed possibly 6 laps, so they're not far away from their driver change anyway. So if they can get that car fired, it's not going to have quite as long to get that battery recharged up while they're running before they have to do it again in the driver change. So they're going to have a little bit tougher challenge ahead of them. Hopefully the Victoria University car, with a few more laps up its sleeve, will have a bit more time to get that battery topped back up once the vehicle's running, and they should have a bit easier time of it come the driver change.
And it does look like the fluid has been cleared off the track, so people getting back into position.
And just a reminder to all the students that are spectating around this venue, especially those along the front straight, not to be sticking your head out past the fence. Obviously the vehicles are coming past on the track and doing corners where that fence is, so we've just been advised to warn everyone to please keep back from the fence because it is a safety issue.
And we are hearing IC cars attempting to restart. That does not sound particularly promising. Well, These teams out there, if they're not able to restart, I don't think they'll be thinking very fondly of ECU for causing a red flag here.
Unfortunately, yeah, it doesn't look good. They still have some time, but yeah, possibly an omen if they had made it as far as the driver change. Maybe they might have run into a similar difficulty regardless, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it looks like Sydney really struggling here.
VUM has got their engine fired and are back underway. Well done. Sydney Motorsport still struggling. They'll be pushed off the racing line, but I believe per the rules they have until Victoria complete one full lap to get their car restarted, after which point they'll be pushed off the circuit completely, and that'll be the end of their endurance.
I hope that wasn't Sydney trying to attempt a push start there. That's well and truly not within. But they are running. Fantastic. Well done to Sydney.
Yes, congratulations to that team. And yeah, within the time allotted to them, so I think they'll be allowed to continue the endurance.
At this stage, they would know if they finish this endurance event, they have a very high chance of winning this ICE class. So that would have been absolutely massive for the University of Sydney there to have that restart. And likewise for Victoria, there's so many points in offering here that Victoria can really make amends for missing out on the autocross run. But it is running quite slowly there.
Yeah, so Victoria University car coming past, looking a bit quicker now, starting to pick up some speed, which is good to see from them. Especially after that restart, vehicle running reliably, which is great to see. And once again, a very impressive effort from this team. I think everyone around the grounds and the event, all of the officials and the other students have been quite impressed by this team this year. They've done a really strong first-year attempt on that car, and you know, they're still running this endurance event. We'll see what happens, but we really hope to see them back here next year. And I believe that is Sydney Motorsport in for their driver change. So they have made it halfway through the endurance, coming in now. And this is the next difficult part of this event is getting these drivers swapped over. They have, I believe it's a 3-minute window to swap their drivers, after which any time that is taken on top of that will be counted towards their race time.
Well, that's quite surprising. That was only their...
They continued around.
Yeah, that was only their timed
Sorry,
eighth lap.
It was the last lap board, my mistake. And we have, University of Swinburne out there, the first of our electric vehicles for today in the endurance event. This car has been fast all weekend, and they've really been creeping up on it. The car's been reliable. They've entered every dynamic event, scored points in every one so far. So if they can keep this together, they're really going to be in with a shout of those top spots come the end of the event overall.
Oh, and there are so many things that could have caused that fault with the ECU car, especially when changing an engine. It's pretty easy to, there's a lot of things that have to happen. A lot of connections, electrical, water systems, and any one of those connections not done well, and could have caused that.
Yeah, finger trouble is a common issue amongst motorsport teams worldwide, not just in this event. So it's not just the students that can fall foul of those kind of things. It's very difficult and very complex to change engines sometimes in vehicles like this. And those students did a great job to get that change and get that car out again today, but unfortunately didn't quite make it through the endurance event.
Now this might actually work slightly in University of Sydney's favour, is that coming into this for the driver change, the car was able to sit and cool down during that red flag event, so this might be a little bit of an easier restart for them. They've only had 2 laps since that, so let's cross our fingers and hope they're able to get back out and run.
And the University of Auckland setting off on their start of their endurance event. So we have 2 electric vehicles out there now, and these have been probably the 2 fastest cars all weekend, so it's going to be interesting to see how they stack up in this event.
University of Sydney doing their driver change, very rapid here. That looks very well practiced. Second driver going in.
Running the hands device on this car as well, I noticed the drivers, which is actually a really great safety feature. Not compulsory in Formula SAE, but highly recommended. And these guys running that on their car here, which is really great to see.
Now that was a great first run by the first driver from Sydney, brought it home.
Yeah, congratulations.
Got it restarted on the red flag incident. I'm sure he was very frustrated, and it's great to see this. Sydney working on the driver change here. just making sure the belts are quite tight. They've got a reasonable amount of time to do this changeover, and they know what their target is. They just really want to finish this event. Whoever finishes fastest endurance time for the ICs will get the maximum points available in that class. And at this stage, the speeds of Victoria are coming down. They've done a best lap of 141.1, and their most recent lap was a 144. So they are going a little bit quicker than they were in the past, but Sydney's times are in the 130 flats. But the fastest car out on track is Swinburne, and their best lap so far is a 123.4. Now it looks like Victoria University are holding up Auckland. Auckland won't want that for too much longer. That Victoria University lap was a 2:13, and that Auckland lap was a 140.6, being held up there severely by Victoria University, but I think that's going to affect all of these teams here. So these are the fastest EV cars out at the moment with the IC cars. Now Sydney has done their driver change. They will be ready to rejoin the track very shortly. Up to 4 cars coming, and we see Auckland past Victoria University. Now we'll get to see the full potential of this car now that it's been unleashed. Victoria University rejoining the track after that overtake. And Curtin University coming through. It doesn't look like we have any times yet for Curtin.
Alrighty, Kevin. I'm actually down here with the first driver from the Sydney Motorsport team. He's just finished his first stint of the endurance event. How was it out there, mate?
Oh, it was pretty tough. It was difficult when the ECU car just dumped a bunch of oil in front of me, but I managed to avoid it. And then I couldn't turn the car back on for a little bit, which was quite nerve-wracking. I didn't realise I only had 2 laps left, so I'm glad I got it started again. But our fantastic electrical lead built in a really good system to clear the injectors, so I was able to just use that, clear them up, and I was off on my way.
Looks like you're just about to head out now. The car's fired up again after the driver change, just waiting for a clear spot on the track, so that's really exciting for you guys. And yeah, you had a really good weekend so far. We're expecting to place overall in this event, you think?
Well, with ECU out, I think we can take the #1 spot, so in IC, so we'll see how we go, but that's the hope. Jacob's a growing for driver, so I'm confident, as long as we hold out.
Alrighty, well done, and you guys, let's see if you guys can finish the event, and we'll see how it all pans out.
Well, absolutely. If Sydney can finish this now, the car has restarted. It's ready to go. If it can do the last half of this endurance run, I think they have the IC class in the bag. There's almost no way to win this event if you don't take out a good finish in endurance, as it should be. That's the true test of these cars, and all students feel very nervous coming out into an endurance knowing that everything's on the line. But Swinburne, clearly the fastest car out there at the moment. Their best is a 123.4. Their most recent was a 128.2. And Curtin, we still don't have a time for Curtin. Oh, we do have a time. It's registering as a 3:17.57, but I would guess that that's actually a combination of a couple of laps. So we won't see the full time of Curtin until they cross over. That was likely a transponder issue. So Auckland now, they're free from University of Victoria. Their last lap was a 127, and they've just put in a 125.1. So they're getting down close to the times that we're seeing from Swinburne. Sydney is approaching University of Victoria here. So there will be another overtaking manoeuvre. So yes, Victoria pulled into the overtaking lane. And they will be coming in fairly soon, Victoria, for their driver change. They're doing very well. And it looks like that Swinburne has come off to the back end of this train, and Curtin's not too far apart. So Victoria University holding them up a little bit. And it looks like we're going to get a multiple pass soon.
Yeah, so University of Auckland obviously are held up on those first couple of laps, so they've put in their first clean lap time now. It's a 125.1, so only about 1.6 seconds slower than the fastest lap from Swinburne so far. So I think we're going to see quite a good and exciting battle between these two cars to the end of the day.
Yeah, so that's the overtaking manoeuvre, and both Sydney and Swinburne are passed, but I'd hazard a guess that Sydney are going to be asked to move over soon and Swinburne to pass them. But we will see. And Sydney didn't get the blue flags there, so Swinburne is right on the back end of Sydney there, and I do think that maybe that was a missed flag.
This driver from Sydney definitely does look like he's going quite well actually, in that car flying around a little bit quicker I think than we saw in the first set.
Absolutely. And Curtin aren't catching them at the moment, and it looks like we've got a yellow flag on track.
Just trying to see who that is at the moment. Possibly Curtin? No,
It
they're over there.
might
They're
be
still
Victorian
going.
University.
Yeah, it might be Victoria.
Oh, we definitely didn't want to see that. They've done so well to get this car out here for endurance, and we're doing excellent. Yeah, it looks like he's stuck on pit entry.
Yeah, here he is on screen now. Yeah, unfortunately, I think he's actually come in for the driver change and just struggling to get that car around the tight hairpin. It is actually a really tight corner to get the car back into driver change. He's given some assistance there, but as he was actually finished and off the timing beam, he might be allowed to continue there.
And so Swinburne has been allowed to pass Sydney now, and they'll be happy with that. They get some clear air because Auckland just did a 1:24.4 in the last lap. So Auckland are picking up pace, and they'll be trying to take out every last bit out of Swinburne. But Swinburne have been unleashed yet again.
Swinburne car looking like it's travelling a little bit slowly. I guess, yeah, get through the yellow flag zone, so that's doing a good job there, adhering to the yellow flags. Which I think with that University of Melbourne, Victoria University car, now into the driver change area, hopefully that yellow flag will be removed and the cars can get back up to full pace.
Yeah, and Sydney's flying here, then really not being dropped by Swinburne at all. The driver has latched onto the end of Swinburne, and this might end up being a pass for Sydney on Swinburne. He did not seem happy that he got past there. Yeah, he's right on the back of Swinburne now.
Yeah, the first driver from Sydney seemed to believe in the abilities of the second driver. He was quite confident this guy would give it a good run, so definitely not disappointing us so far. Possible Swinburne might be staying slow because of the yellow flag, possibly going around the whole track like that, but we'll see what happens here. I think if that's the case and they see Sydney go back past, they might kick it back up a gear again.
No, Sydney have passed Swinburne. Now, this is really on now. Being in one of these cars, when I was driving, I never had the misfortune of being passed by somebody and had the joy of passing a couple, and it's a lot of fun. It really fires you up when you're chasing a car down.
And now Sydney's slowing up.
Now Sydney's slowing up and Swinburne's there. I doubt that these two cars, they're costing each other time here. Do think that Swinburne's probably got the edge on Sydney.
It just has to be careful here,
very,
not following
very
too closely, because you can. It's not hard to run up the back of someone. I think, unfortunately, we have actually seen that happen in an event in Europe recently, so it's definitely not out of the realms of possibility, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a blue flag here for Sydney.
Here we go. Sydney is being blue flagged. Swinburne straight past. It might be in the best interest of the Sydney driver just to back off a little bit and ensure that they finish the event, because they are so close to finishing this.
Yeah.
And that lap was an incredible lap from the University of Sydney. It was a 1:20.9. It's the fastest lap so far on this endurance run. So the driver there really unhappy, but it looks like Swinburne now have a little bit of a gap to them. But there are definitely places where Sydney is faster. And it looks like Auckland is coming up on the back of Curtin. Curtin's last lap was a 1:34. Well, their best lap was a 1:34. Their last was a 1:36, and Auckland are running considerably faster than that.
Just been allowed past here, so they've been held up there a little bit, but they're back past. And looks like Victoria University might have completed their driver change, and their second driver heading out now. So that's great news for them.
Oh, that's fantastic. So Sydney once again gaining on Swinburne, but
Swinburne bouncing back with a 1:20.9 on that lap. So that's their new fastest lap of the day, and only 0.3 of a second slower than Sydney's fastest lap. So two cars out here fighting it out, a combustion engine car, an electric engine car, two very different designs, and both slugging it out here on track. That Sydney driver really giving it all, seeing the back kick out there coming out of that hairpin, not afraid to give it some jandle, and he's really putting in some impressive lap times out here this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. This is great stuff to watch. The electric cars, while they showed a lot of speed in the autocross, they tend to run a little bit slower in the endurance to ensure that they have enough energy to get towards the end, whereas the petrol cars can go full tilt from start to finish, assuming they can finish.
Yeah, we have seen this over the years. The combustion cars getting a bit of a hand back on the endurance event, definitely happening out there today. But the Swinburne car has picked up a little more pace now and starting to pull a little bit of a gap. That car has been really quick all weekend, so no surprise to see it starting to pull away, but it's not the first time we've seen some double pass backs happening in the endurance event. Often when you have teams that are quite close together, and sometimes some drivers are better in different sections of the track, so you can get a bit of a rubber band effect. And but unfortunately it does tend to cost both teams time when that happens, so now there's a bit of a gap between them. I think it'll be better off for both teams.
Yeah, I think this is going to be great for Sydney. They really just need to finish, and they don't need to get caught up in any of that. It looks like they're getting the last lap board, unless I'm mistaken. So one more time around, and it looks like Sydney will have won the IC class. They won lap.
And Victoria University now with their driver change completed, waiting to be released, and they are away, maybe? Yeah, the car is moving, and they have restarted. Well done, Victoria University.
So with this battle with Sydney and Swinburne, it's been difficult to keep track of everything else that's been going on. It really has been the excitement here. Auckland is still doing reasonably well. Their last lap was a 1:28.8. Coming through to complete another lap now. They're doing a very steady run. And a 1:26.3. So Auckland, of course, have won the acceleration event. They won the skid pad event. They had the fastest time for autocross, but unfortunately they picked up penalties. So that's really opened up the competition for the EV class. Swinburne there with the absolute fastest lap so far, a 1:18.7.
Very impressive there from Swinburne. And obviously we can't actually compare the autocross to endurance laps exactly because the track is slightly shorter for autocross. They finished a little bit earlier, so we can only really go off what we see out here now, and that is definitely the fastest time so far from Swinburne.
And unless I'm mistaken, we have the University of Swinburne in for driver change.
Looks like it.
And looks like
Yeah, a few laps to go still for Sydney.
A few laps to go on Sydney, so my apologies there for Sydney if you got your hopes up.
Yeah, I believe that was the last lap board for Swinburne before their driver change we saw before, so they're in there now. Furious work happening down here to get that new driver in. Looks like they might have completed that now, and he might be getting pushed out to the start line again.
Oh, unfortunately, it looks like Victoria University have really slowed down. They've got a problem there, and it's holding up Auckland.
He's pulling over, so I think Auckland are going to go past here. Hopefully that driver knows that if a car slows, he can go past.
But Sydney are coming up to complete their their whole endurance event. The first team to finish is coming up. Hopefully there's no issue for them.
Yeah, Auckland are going past, that's good. Yeah, that Victoria Uni car slowing down, unfortunately. That's very sad for them. And yeah, looks like Swinburne getting pushed out to the start line, but we're just waiting to see what happens with this Vic Uni car.
Yeah, that would have been great for Auckland there. They really held up. Well, we'll see how much time that they lost during that.
It is a shame to get held up, but really it's most important in this event just to finish the event. And,
Absolutely.
And yeah, the points scored from that is so much higher. So
yeah, I think they got held up by about 20 seconds or so.
Auckland coming in here, so I don't believe they've got to their driver change in terms of number of laps.
Oh, but here's the big story. Sydney through.
Still going? No, still some more laps for Sydney.
Going.
Yeah, I believe they still have about 2 laps to go. Maybe 1 more lap to go.
Oh, I'm really bad at math. I guess that's pretty good that I'm not designing cars anymore.
I believe 9 laps per driver, so 18 total, and they've completed 17, so this should be their last lap now. Auckland coming in for their driver change. It says on the scoreboard that they've only done, they've done 9 laps as well. Yep, sorry, all good. So Auckland in. I was confused by looking at the fastest lap number there. Auckland in for their driver change, that's good.
It looks like Victoria University are back and running.
Yes, that is great news. Very impressive so far. We've only seen what appears to be 1 car that has pulled out of the event so far, so pretty good reliability.
We won't talk about that one.
Yeah, we'll skip over that one, Kev. Don't worry about it, mate. But on the whole, I think we can both agree that it's quite impressive so far to see the reliability of most of the cars.
Yeah, the car is named Lawrence, and it's sitting out there in the desert of itself.
Lawrence of Arabia of the grass there, I believe. And Swinburne restarting after their driver change, so congratulations to them. So we're just waiting to see this Vic Uni car come past. I can still see it out there on track moving, so that's great news for them.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. They did lose a lot of time on that last lap, but they won't be caring about that. They just want to see a finish.
Yeah, and so in the endurance event, compared to the 400 for winning it, obviously there's a lot to... And Sydney has stopped.
Sydney have been pulled over. It's looking at a shaking wheel or something. I think they're assessing whether there is a problem there.
Possibly a mechanical black flag here for Sydney. They're on their last laps. This would be a massive shame for them. I think they're going to be checked out by the scrutineer. They might be told to pull off, or they might be allowed to continue. We'll just see. Oh, he's putting his visor down. He's back underway again.
Oh no,
yeah.
that's a real problem with that wheel.
Yeah, that wheel has definitely got issues.
Oh no, that's
He's got about 200 metres to go in the event, so we'll see if he can get that across the line, and then he'll be subject to any kind of technical inspections after the event. But if he can just get that across the line, and then they can sort that out later on. So,
that's not looking good. Oh, that is a failure right at the end of
devastating
that
for University of Sydney.
But that wheel, that was a serious issue there.
Yeah, definitely looked like some kind of bearing or upright failure on the front left of that car. That is properly devastating for that team.
Well, there are some points awarded for laps completed in endurance now in the calculations.
Yeah, ironically, I was actually opening my mouth to mention that when we saw the Sydney car stop. So, yeah, that is devastating for them. But yes, you do get awarded, I believe, 1 point for every lap you complete. So, again, nothing compared to what you score for winning it, but they will be awarded, I believe, 17 points for that event.
Wow, that has really. I mean, everything changes in this endurance event. That's unbelievable. That's absolutely heartbreaking, and
yeah, that really blows this wide open, and that is devastating for that team. But that really is motorsport. Unfortunately, we all ride the highs and lows. Doesn't just happen in Formula SAE, but all forms of motorsport. Sometimes, lady luck plays a cruel hand. But this is what this event is all about. It's about design. It's about reliability. It's about learning. And as devastating as that is for that team, they'll learn a lot from this.
So at the moment, that looks like, as unbelievable as it sounds, Victoria is on track to win endurance for the IC cars.
If they can keep it running, they're still out there now. They've still got a few laps to go, but that car is still pounding around at consistent speed. So I don't know if they can talk to that driver, whether they have any comms going, which is allowed. But if I was, I'd be telling them to just keep it on the black stuff, and you could be in for quite a big haul of points for that team, which would be an incredible story in their first year.
And that Sydney car just short of completing. We're getting it pushed out of the track now so that it's a nice safe area for cars. And
yeah, no more than, can't have been more than 50 metres from the finish line there for that Sydney car, so that is properly devastating for that team.
Now Swinburne's still out there at 1:30.8 on the last lap. Oh, and we can see the wheel completely removed from that car.
Yeah, it looks like it's had possibly an issue of the wheel centre by the look of it, because it appears the wheel centre is still connected to the hub.
Oh yeah.
So it looks like the spokes may have actually sheared on that rim.
So we have had a mechanical failure from the University of Sydney and an engine failure, powertrain failure from ECU. But one team that isn't experiencing a failure is the Victoria University, which is still out running.
Yes, no, and in the design event, the Victoria University, they said that their design philosophy was to design everything much stronger than it needed to be and make sure that that car had the strength to complete all the events. And so far, that's proving to be a very wise strategy call so far. So still pounding around there, and we'll see how they go with a couple of laps to go for Victoria.
Now, Swinburne University, their last lap was a 1:30.8. They've definitely slowed down from their blistering speed of 1:18.7. Auckland have not been able to match them so far, but Auckland about ready to go out for their second driver in endurance. And we see Swinburne's cross the start-finish line with a 1:25.7.
That's a decently competitive first time there for... sorry, which team was that, did you say?
That was Swinburne.
Swinburne, yeah.
So Auckland back out on track, and they'll be looking, this will probably be their quicker driver in the second half, and they'll be looking to chase down this Swinburne car.
So yeah, Curtin lining up there now to head out. They have completed their first driver stints, they've done their driver change and are ready to go out again.
Now one advantage I think that the teams lining up, we have Wollongong and Canterbury and UWA lining up ready to go. And it looks like Victoria is coming close towards the end of their endurance run. Now, Victoria have managed to slow down some of the other teams. So it looks like these other electric teams about to come out will have a freer run of the event. So we may still yet see a different fastest electric car.
Yeah, so the second driver in now for University of Auckland. First lap out there now, taking it fairly easy, but they might start to build up as the event goes on. But to be honest, yeah, it's so important just to finish this event that it's definitely a strategy just to keep the car on the black stuff, not push it too hard, not chase for that number 1 time, and just make sure the car gets to the end.
And that was a 1:34.37 from Victoria, so that's their fastest time so far. Great effort from that driver, and a 1:28.4 from Swinburne. So Swinburne definitely slowing down as they complete this run. It's not unusual to see the electric cars run a little bit slower towards the end as they need to manage the energy. And this is quite a fast track, so this will be a real test to see whether teams have enough capacity in their accumulators.
Yes, that Vic Uni car really starting to pick up speed. That's great to see their new fastest lap. I think that driver's really starting to build into the event. Looks like we might have the University of Western Australia lining up here to start their endurance run.
Oh, they're really excited about this. They did have a problem with the cutout during autocross, but I believe they've remedied that and ready to run.
And obviously they did get some laps in autocross before that happened, so they got timed on the board, so that means they've scored in all 3 dynamic events so far. And if they can get over the line in this one, then really they'll be right up there in the game.
And Auckland there with a 1:44.07 on their last lap, so really not the pace we've seen from them so far. So it's all up for grabs. Swinburne have really set the target for EV and are going to get a whole heap of points from this event if they can finish.
Yeah, definitely 2 impressive cars out there from Auckland and Swinburne, and no great surprise to see them both out here in the last event of the weekend slugging it out.
Now Victoria will be watching on very closely to these last few laps.
A few more teams as well starting to line up for their spot in the endurance event. Newcastle University there, they have been super impressive all weekend. First to get to all the events, first to put in a lap. They informed me earlier they had some minor accumulator issues, but they seem to have rectified that, and the car is now queuing up ready to start their endurance event, so that's great news to see.
So Curtin's still running around now. They'll be really happy to see this. And that was a 1:26.7 from Curtin. Their best lap so far and currently the fastest car on track. Oh, my correction. The last lap from Swinburne was a 1:25.5. So at the moment the speed is being set by Swinburne and Curtin. Swinburne being held up here by University of Victoria.
They've reached the passing lane and past they go. Vic Uni slowing down there to let them pass, but I'm sure we'll see them back up to speed very soon. Yeah, no issues for them. And I hear the sound of the University of Western Australia vehicle being turned into ready to drive mode, so just waiting for a free spot on the track, and I believe they'll be let out to start their endurance.
Well, I think this Swinburne team, they've done such a fantastic job in this competition. Oh no, it looks like a black flag for the University of Victoria. So the IC team's not having a great run with reliability.
He's been pulled in. He's only got possibly 1 lap to go in that car, so unknown for why they've got the black flag at this point. That doesn't necessarily mean the endurance event is done for them. Possibly they'll be asked to change something and they'll be allowed back out, but hard to say at this point.
Yeah, it's unsure what caused it. Can't see anything on the car in the imagery we've got. It looks like it's moving around reasonably well. Auckland, the last lap from them was a 1:27.4. And Swinburne did lose some time there to Victoria. They're at 1:36.
So I've been informed, I believe the case with Vic Uni is that possibly they've been repeatedly taking the wrong path on one section of the track. So they've been brought in to be informed of that, and possibly they'll be allowed back out to complete their last lap.
It's a really odd circumstance because if you do go off track, which that counts as, it's a 20-second penalty, but none of that matters unless another IC car gets out there. So they could still win endurance with that run.
This is entirely possible. Also, just a quick reminder to everyone on the wall, please keep your heads back from the fence, not sticking it out. This is a safety issue. We have cars on track, so please stay back from the fence.
Now we have a few more teams lined up. It looks like UWA is still not out yet. So.
Oh, and looks like Curtin may have come to a stop on the track.
Oh no.
This is terrible news. They've completed 12 laps so far of the 19, so still a little way to go for them, but we'll see what happened and see if they can get this thing back started.
Well, even though the ECU team and the Curtin team and UWA team are in different classes, we still feel that there's a little bit of a battle of the West going on. It's all good-natured. We do enjoy each other's company, and this looks like that UWA are now in the driver's seat for this. But an amazing effort from Curtin getting to this competition with their first electric car, a beautifully made vehicle, their first composite chassis, and they have done well all weekend so far.
Yeah, definitely a very impressive job for them for the first electric car. It's no mean feat to build an EV at any time, especially with the difficulties that everyone's had through COVID. And to rock up with their first one and get through basically all the dynamic events. I believe they missed acceleration, but they got through skid pad autocross, and 12 laps in endurance, if they can't get this thing started, is definitely nothing to be sneezed at. And looks like the Vic Uni car getting pushed back out, so they've had a talking to, and yes, as you mentioned, obviously quite a big delay for them. This will all count towards their time, but if no other IC car finishes the event, just getting out and completing that last lap should see them win the endurance for the internal combustion class.
Just speaking about that, we see the University of Waikato lined up in the pit lane. All they have to do is finish. RMIT and Waikato, if they get out there, unfortunately the time from Victoria has not been competitive, so if Waikato can finish, this is coming down to a contest of reliability rather than speed for the IC cars.
Not sure I see Waikato. I think that might be University of Tasmania actually coming up at the back of the queue there.
Oh, I saw black and red and I assumed the wrong car. No, University of Tasmania, their beautiful car, unfortunately caught out there in autocross.
Yeah, but I've heard because they did complete a lap in autocross, then had an issue later on, but I believe their transponder fell off, so their time wasn't recorded in their autocross lap, but they did complete a lap. Unfortunately, they won't be given a score because they didn't get a time registered, but they are lining up now for the endurance event.
And Swinburne looking very good here. They should be finishing very soon. This is huge, absolutely huge for Swinburne. As they cross the line, the first electric car to complete an endurance.
Yeah, well
the
done
first car to finish an endurance.
Yeah, huge congratulations to them. Everyone in the pit lane here giving them a round of applause. These guys had a bit of a rough time of it here last time in 2019, so really great to see them get over the line in that endurance event, and that's going to put them in great stead to fight for the top spot in this competition.
Absolutely, and that would have been a competitive time. That last lap time was a 1:21.1, only 2 and a bit seconds slower than their best lap of a 1:18.7, and it definitely looked like a clean run from them, so they'll be really happy.
Yeah, very impressive. Quite
a few laps held up by traffic, but that's not uncommon either.
And a new fastest lap there from University of Auckland as well, just putting in a 1:21.9, which is their best lap so far, which is not that far off what the time of Swinburne has been so far. And they're starting to pick up speed, and they're really in this event as well, so if they can get that car over the line, it's going to be a very close run thing between them and Swinburne.
University of Victoria lined up, ready to go back out, and a big cheer from the UWA team members as their car started their campaign.
But didn't make it very far, unfortunately. It looks like it's cut out just down on the way to turn 1.
Oh, that is absolutely devastating. That is absolutely devastating. I mean, the faculty advisors from the 3 West Australian universities were quite enjoying how well each other was going in this event, but it looks like for all 3 West Australian teams, it's ended in tears. But they'll be very happy. It's been since 2013 that a UWA car has competed in this competition. They were an incredibly powerful team early in their days. Had won in international competitions, had won Australia, and they're back. Their wing says it all. They are back, and while this is disappointing, they've got a great base to develop and work on for future years, and a fantastic team that is being very well managed.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think we can all give them big congratulations on their efforts this weekend, and really excited to see what that team can do in the future.
Now Auckland here coming very close to a finish. That last lap was a 1:22.4, so they're running pretty good pace.
Yeah, this looks like should be the last lap here for Auckland. So if they can get this thing over the line, that'll give us 2 cars finished endurance.
Well, I think they have another one after this.
Nope, you might be right.
But I've been wrong most of the time. So
I'll give you that one.
don't take any advice from the commentators. I'll just use this moment to say that we're also volunteers and not paid, because you certainly wouldn't pay for this.
But if you disagree with that, please feel free to send me an email and we can maybe sort something out for next year.
At the moment, a little bit of lull in the action. We do have Auckland going around. They have been the class act at this competition. They have put in great times on skip pad, great times on acceleration. They had an absolute ripper of a time in autocross. It'll be interesting to see what sort of penalty they picked up, because they started a lot later. Their team has been a very competitive team year in, year out as they've been coming to this competition. They make beautiful cars, and this is no exception.
And the Victoria University car has just fired up and been sent back out. I believe it only has 1 or 2 laps to complete before it finishes the endurance, so that's really great news for them, and let's see what they can do.
I think it's a great opportunity to see the last laps here. I believe this is the last lap for Auckland, so a great opportunity to see this amazing car in operation for one more lap. An absolute class act. It looks like it will be fairly tight in this competition. The time that they have set is probably not exactly what they wanted, although that last lap was 1:21.5, their fastest lap.
Yeah, they have been building up and actually doing pretty consistent 1:21 second laps in the last few, so they're definitely building up towards the end. And just finishing this event, even if you are a few seconds behind your competitors, still awards a great deal of points. So looks like they're coming up along towards the end of the final straight now. We've got a lot of people on the wall here, so everyone please join in clapping them home. And they'll be the second car if they can cross the line to finish the endurance event.
And notably with this car, they didn't get held up as much as Swinburne, so they may have taken it, or Swinburne may have been beaten. It's all going to come down to how much each of these cars got held up. But what an amazing run by Auckland there.
Yeah, huge congratulations to that team. Very impressive car, probably the fastest car on raw speed all weekend. A few penalties have come into effect in various events, but that was a really good run for them, so I think they're going to be in very strong position overall in this competition.
Yeah, as they deserve to. They've worked very hard on that car. It's very clear the amount of effort they've put in. Beautiful finish for them. And another team, the Victoria were out of it.
Last lap for Victoria, so one more to go. I think because they were called into the pits, it's registered one more lap on our board up here, so they've got 1 to go.
So we've got to will this car to the end. It doesn't look like it's got any reliability concerns so far. It hasn't been put the pace on, but it has been the most reliable IC car out here for this event so far.
And as the famous adage in motorsport goes, to finish first you must finish. And if these guys can complete this final up, then that may really come true in this overall event.
And it's great to see them a part of this event. They're not always here as a competitor, and building from a nice reliable car, you can often find a lot of speed. Better to build speed from reliability than try to make a fast, fragile car reliable.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, this team, I believe, they did exist once upon a time, but the team did shut down completely for about 6 or 7 years, or possibly even more. Was restarted recently with a few individuals. They built up. They're only a small team. I think they've only brought somewhere in the range of 10 people here in total to the event, maybe even less. So to build that car with that number of people and get through all the events so far, that's, regardless of what happens, that's a very, very impressive effort from that team, and I think everyone here at the event has been impressed.
Absolutely. I think they're coming towards the end of this lap now.
Yep, looks like, I believe University of Wollongong have also started their endurance run. They were parked at the line, and I can't see the car right now, so I think it actually is out there running around.
It is coming on the back straight fairly soon.
Yep, yeah, there it is. So they're out there on their first lap of this event, which is great to see.
I say the back straight, but there's not a lot of straights in a Formula student or Formula SAE competition. There's a lot of cones, lots of changes of direction.
And here we are, Victoria University crossing the finish line to complete endurance. Congratulations, what an amazing effort from that team.
Well done. And at the moment, as unbelievable as it sounds, Victoria University are ahead in the IC endurance class. They have currently set the fastest endurance time for IC.
Absolutely. Still possibly some other cars to come, but at this point they're in the lead, and that's an extremely impressive effort from them. Hopefully you can get it around to the driver.
A clear sign that the CBR engines are not done yet.
Yeah, they're definitely the reliable choice and definitely the choice of fans with ears worldwide. Don't give it too many revs, mate. Still going to pass the efficiency event.
Yeah, and now I think what this has done is Victoria University had slowed a number of cars out there, so we're seeing electric cars now free of being slowed lap after lap, so the event is still in the offering. Swinburne was very fast, but they got held up a bit, so if these electric teams coming out now can put down some lap times, there's certainly positions to be earned.
Yeah, for sure. And definitely this Wollongong car out here right now has actually showed quite some impressive speed in a lot of the events this weekend. So definitely in with a shout in the endurance event as a whole with this Wollongong car. We'll see what kind of time they put on the board. Their conservative time on their first lap of a 1:42. But we'll see what they're looking a little bit faster this time around. So we'll see what that time comes up as.
We also have Canterbury out on track as well. And it looks like we have UTS lining up. So Wollongong coming to complete their second lap soon.
Yep, so I believe, University of Canterbury have started. They're out there now. And we have Newcastle and UTS lined up. Newcastle did have some issues with their accumulator early, but they've got that rectified and the car is now queued up in its slot on the grid. So it'll be great to see them out there.
And the University of Wollongong there with a 1:31.6.
And University of Newcastle sets off to start their endurance event.
So Canterbury driver, it looks like it's taking a little bit easy on this first lap. They'll be looking for a nice reliable finish. But that lap time was a 1:31.3, so actually running a little bit quicker than Wollongong at the moment.
Yeah, that's a quite strong first lap there from Canterbury.
There's definitely speed to come from that car. Swinburne did set the pace, but it's not the fastest lap that wins, it's the total time. One team that will be looking to come back from a disappointing autocross run is Monash. They're lined up in the pit lane. We also see University of Tasmania and University of Queensland. But UTS out on track with Wollongong and Canterbury.
Yeah, a bit of a delay here for Monash. They're rolling up here now. The scrutiny is out here on the out grid for the event. Actually, just doing a check. One of the big things here for safety is the rollover protection envelope we have for the Formula SAE cars. So all cars have to have a rollover hoop that's high enough to clear a direct line between the top of the front and rear roll hoops above the driver's head. So yeah, just the scrutiny is down here doing their checks, which is a really good thing to see, just to make sure all the cars going out on circuit are in a safe fashion. And I believe Monash were just having a couple of goes at that before, but they're out there now, so they must have passed. And good to make sure that all the cars going out on track are safe and keeping our students safe, because that's really what's important here.
Yes, I believe they did have problems passing with some of their drivers, so they've had to make sure that they're checked every single time. So University of Newcastle, their first lap was a 1:42.5. University of Wollongong with their last lap was a 1:32.8. And University of Canterbury setting the pace at the moment with a 1:28.07. Oh, it's particularly great to see this UTS car out here.
Yeah, they put in a good lap in autocross this morning. Unfortunately, the car had some issues after that, but they did get a lap time on the board and got some points. So seeing them out there now running around after a few struggles this weekend is really great to see. The car actually looks like it's fairly capable and running quite quickly out there at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see how they play themselves into this event.
Absolutely, and it looks like these cars are well spaced from each other. Nobody's running particularly close to anybody else, so they're able to run nice, clean lap times. This is the ideal conditions to run a Formula SAE car in. Basically get to run your own race. The only downside of that as a driver is it's difficult to see where somebody else might be doing a bit better and make yourself a little bit faster.
Yeah, so obviously that's something that's not by accident. The organisers are running the staging lane to start people in the event. Try to release the cars in a fairly evenly spaced period, but obviously you have vehicles of differing speeds out on the track, so some will catch up to other ones, but they generally start their runs with a bit of a gap. So all the cars out there now, that must seem that they're all running at a relatively even speed.
No, it looks like Canterbury is very quickly closing up on the University of Newcastle. That last lap from Newcastle was a 1:33.6 and Canterbury with a 1:29 flat. So I'd imagine that Canterbury will be coming up to pass Newcastle soon.
And UTS banging in a 1:25.3. That's the 4th fastest lap time we've seen so far today. So UTS really playing themselves in well here.
Fantastic lap there from UTS.
Yeah, well done to that guy.
So Canterbury definitely gaining on Newcastle now. Whether they get them by the next changing lane or have to wait for another lap. But catching them both is UTS. That driver has them in their sights now. They'll be reeling them in.
And Monash University has also set off to start their endurance event. So they've had their problems this weekend, Monash, but the car has made it to all the events so far and has put in some impressive times in some of the events. So good to see them out there. And hopefully they can get that car around and finish this event, because they're still definitely in the overall running for the EV class this weekend.
Oh, absolutely. They did have a big points deficit following autocross, but with the penalties applied to Auckland, I think it's a lot closer than it might appear.
Yeah, correct. They definitely, you can never count Monash out, and with very strong static scores as they usually do, they're definitely still in the hunt.
And they've got a nice clear track. If they can put the times down, they'll be in a good place. And Canterbury has passed Newcastle.
Newcastle running around out there, looking a little bit slower than we've possibly seen them in some of the other events, so possibly just running a conservative strategy, or could be nursing an issue. Cars that can put in really strong times in, say, some of the shorter events may have to manage energy or temperatures in the endurance event, so sometimes we can see some different speeds out there in the afternoon.
And that's a 1:24.74 by UTS, so they're getting their lap times even further down, and they are approaching Newcastle very rapidly now.
And a 1:28.8 there for Monash for their first lap, so quite a conservative first lap, but still relatively near the pace of the top cars, so I think they'll improve from there.
Yeah, so it looks like the UTS will get Newcastle on the next passing lane, and then they'll be looking to go after Canterbury. It's great to see the University of Adelaide lining up. So we've got a few teams that had a bit of misfortune in this last event, but everything's here to be won in the endurance. Yeah, and UTS very, very close to Newcastle, being slowed down here, but not too much. Newcastle have been putting in fairly reasonable times. University of Wollongong is a 1:29.09 on their last lap.
Yeah, so that's their best lap so far. Still the 9th fastest lap we've seen today, but as we know, the endurance event isn't just about how fast your one individual lap time is, it's about keeping that lap time consistent over the whole event.
Yeah, so UTS is now past Newcastle, but it looks like they have a problem. They've stopped on track.
Oh, that's a shame for
Newcastle
UTS.
has gone around. They were going so fast. And Monash are now past UTS, but UTS are running again.
Yes, great news. Sometimes this can happen with these electric cars. You can give them a little reset and the car will fire up again and away you go. Can be intermittent issues, but that doesn't mean necessarily they won't be able to finish this event.
And that second lap from Monash is a 1:23.6, so a very good lap time from Monash there.
Yeah, so definitely picking up the pace. Whatever has been slowing Monash earlier today, looks like they might have rectified it. That car starting to show a lot more of the pace we'd expect from it.
Yeah, so I think they've fallen foul of the same gremlins for a lot of the teams, which is its organisation, a long time away from competitions, and they're not quite the well-oiled machine that we're used to seeing, but it looks like they're getting back on track now. But UTS is sticking to the back of Monash.
Yeah, that UTS car had obviously that reliability issue, but I think they're possibly the fastest car we have out on the track at the moment. Pretty close to Monash actually, so it'll be interesting to see how that fight goes.
Yeah, very, very close to Monash.
Monash
now.
slowing here.
Oh no, this does not look good.
Monash comes to a stop.
UTS are around.
UTS has gone past, but Monash stopped over the far side of the track.
Oh, it looks like they got going again, but Newcastle have been allowed to go past.
And Monash are rolling again. So we're interested to see if they flag Newcastle into the passing lane here, because Monash did stop, but they did look like they have been the faster car. No, they haven't, so they're going to continue.
Yeah, I think that would have been pretty unfair on Newcastle there.
Yeah,
so I think that was a good decision by the organisers.
Yep. And what that does do, though, is that sets UTS free again, so they're off on their way. Obviously held up on that lap, but still did their new fastest lap, which is a 1:23.5.
That's really impressive from UTS there. Canterbury's still out there. Canterbury's done a 1:27.57 in the last lap. So that was their fastest lap so far.
And yeah, Newcastle still a little bit slow in front of Monash there, so Monash losing a little bit of time, but in the grand scheme of things, we've seen most cars have some delays in this event so far, so it's really even standings.
Yeah, so it's really unfortunate for Monash that they were stationary out there. It has cost them a bit of time, but hopefully not too much.
So I believe the next car we're due to see lined up is the University of Queensland, which we have out here in the staging lane, getting away from the boys there on the push bar. So great to see them lined up ready for endurance. We'll see how far they get, but that's also been an incredible job for those guys this year and this weekend to get that car out. So really keen to see them out there today.
So that last lap from Monash was a 1:42. So despite all of those incidents, they only ended up losing about 20 seconds. And we saw that Swinburne and Auckland lost 20 seconds at a time almost when they came up across Victoria. So in the scheme of the larger event, it probably really hasn't hurt their run too much.
Just got to hope that whatever that issue was doesn't reoccur for them, but if it did, they did manage to rectify it, so possibly they will have that option again in the future.
But one team that does not want to give up this event is UTS with a 1:19.1, the second fastest lap so far.
Wow, very impressive from UTS. Really leaving it to late in the weekend, but showing their hand really well now. Oh, and as I say that, the car looks like it might be slowing.
Oh no. And we have seen this in the event in the past where a car has gone out and done the fastest lap or done an excellent lap and then had issues afterwards.
They also did stop early and got it going again, and they seem to have done that again now, so back rolling again. So whatever this reoccurring issue is for UTS, doesn't seem to be stopping them permanently and not actually costing them that much time, so that's great to see.
Some of the IC teams would have been hoping that they could have had a similar reset. So that last lap from Monash was a 2-minute lap, so some issue on that previous lap.
And I believe University of Wollongong might be in for their driver change. Yes, they are, so that's a great effort from them to make it halfway through the endurance. First driver's job is done, he'll jump out, and they'll hand over to the second driver.
Canterbury faster again with a 1:24.2, so Canterbury really starting to increase in their speed.
Yeah, Canterbury also aren't far away from their driver change. They only have, I think, a lap to go after this one before they do their driver change. So they're actually putting in some good consistent times out there. They haven't had any stoppages that I've seen, so if they can keep that car running, they will also be in a good place in this event.
Absolutely. I think University of Canterbury are doing quite well here, but it does look like they might be getting caught by Monash or have recently passed them. I've missed what's ever happened there. But UTS definitely looks like the car out there at the moment. That last lap was a 1:34, so they did lose some time, but about 15 seconds. So
yeah, they did have that stoppage on that previous lap, so car's up and running again now, and we'll see what they do this lap.
And these time losses, we're really not going to know who has won this event because these time losses are far greater than we're used to seeing in this sort of event. If you were in a really competitive, larger event, say a European or a US event, a stoppage of 15 seconds would put you well down the order, but everyone's had an upset run so far.
As we said, actually, back in one of the aerodynamic events this weekend, it will be the team that makes the fewest mistakes all weekend long that wins it, because it's definitely been a weekend of chaos and carnage, and yeah, any team that just minimises those mistakes and minimises the time loss and those stoppages could be the ones that come out on top.
Absolutely. UTS right on Monash there. Probably a bit surprising that they didn't get a blue flag opportunity there before.
They might have caught them just after that last passing lane, but definitely being held up now. And University of Canterbury in for their driver change. They've completed their first stint. Well done to them.
This is very frustrating for the UTS driver. Right on the back end. And Monash have clearly slowed here. That last lap was a 2 minute, so something clearly wrong with that car. Whether they can nurse it to the end. But to put that in perspective, those last couple of laps have been slower than what we saw from the IC teams by a fair margin. So, yeah.
Another passing lane here, and UTS should go past there. Yes, they do. So they've been released now back to free air, and they'll be able to put in some good lap times again now. But I think they actually might be in for their driver change at the end of this lap.
This is exactly what Monash didn't want to happen. They would have been hoping for a good end to this competition. Unfortunately, they didn't get a good run in autocross, and their acceleration and skip pad times were quite reasonable, but not what they would have hoped for. It's a beautiful car.
It is a very, very impressive car for sure. And University of Wollongong have completed their driver change and are now getting pushed back to the starting line to start their second driver. That car showed really faultless reliability in that first stint, so let's see what they can do here.
Well, definitely good if we could see Monash improve from here, but I really think this Wollongong team has really surprised us. They had a bit of a problem getting them out on the dynamic events. They missed the acceleration event, but they flew on the skid pad. It was absolutely amazing to see that car go around a very, very fast time. Picked up a penalty, but still an amazing drive from them. That car's got a lot of potential in it.
And the University of Technology Sydney have completed the first stint of endurance, so amazing job from them, and that driver is now in for the driver change. There's actually a bit of a queue up in here. There's a lot of cars finishing their first stint around the same time. So they'll push them down to the front here and they'll begin their driver change.
And University of Newcastle still out there.
Panning around, they currently they have done 8 laps, so 1 lap to go for them to their driver change.
And their fastest lap time has been a 1:33.6, and that last one was a 1:35.3.
They have done quite well in all the other dynamic events so far, though. They've put in some really good times and scored a lot of points, so if they can just get to the end of this event, they'll be in good shape as well.
Yeah, they'd have to be very happy with this. So coming in for the driver change for University of Newcastle. Wollongong are back out. 9 more laps. University of Canterbury being wheeled up to the start line. Well, this is really encouraging. It was not looking like percentage-wise that we were getting great reliability from the electric cars, but they've really shown it in this endurance event. The IC teams have really struggled to put in a nice, reliable endurance event. University of Sydney was definitely looking like the most reliable car out there, and unfortunately with a mechanical failure, and ECU with the first time running a single-cylinder engine weren't able to run it for the full 18 laps, only getting 7 timed laps.
Hello. Yeah, so Kevin, I'm actually down here with the driver Brendan, who was the first driver from the University of Canterbury. We're going to have a few words. So you guys have had an up and down weekend, a few little issues here and there, but you've got the car halfway through the endurance event. Your job is done, so how was it out there?
Oh, it was good. Just looking after the temps maybe. Just keeping smooth, no cones. Just get a bit sore after a few laps. So, yeah, it's good.
Yeah, looked like hard work out there. Definitely a Kiwi looking after the temps. But the temps are looking pretty good, and hopefully they get out there and complete the second half of that endurance. Well done, mate.
Cheers.
Yeah, that's a really good effort from Canterbury there. I'm really looking forward to seeing them get back off the line and into this mix. UTS are also lined up ready to go back out, so no issues so far with the driver change, and Canterbury's away. 9 more laps for Canterbury. Their times haven't been the best of the teams, but they have been very consistent, so they could be right up there in the placings. It was a great first run from Canterbury. The first driver did exactly what they needed to do. Quite a lot of racing still to go, and Wollongong are right on the back end of Monash. The last lap from Monash was a 1:43.6 and nowhere near the speed of Wollongong, and Wollongong are passed. The last lap from Wollongong was a 1:31.2, so they're running quite a bit quicker.
Yeah, Kevin, so I'm down here with the second driver for the University of Queensland, just waiting here to see his car be pushed out. Now, you guys have had a difficult weekend, but you got the car out for the autocross event this morning. I believe it was you that did the driving in that event, so your car running in a reduced sort of mode at the moment. Can you tell us a little bit about that and what your plan is for the endurance event?
Yeah, so we've had some issues with our accumulator coming into this competition. We're running on a reduced amount of segments due to some hardware faults. We were able to get the car running though. This is our, autocross was our first event that we ran in, and just getting around that track was just an amazing feat, and the team was absolutely chuffed with that. So we're hoping for some good results here. We should go pretty good, I reckon. But she'll be a bit slow, but it'll get there, hopefully.
Yeah, as we've seen today, the reliability is the most important thing, just getting out there. So yeah, definitely there were some excited faces when those guys got out for autocross, and hopefully we see the crowd getting behind all the teams out here again today.
Well, this looks like a nice solid run from UTS now. Still out there. Hopefully they don't, that little gremlin that they've been having that's caused a few resets doesn't re-emerge. Monash's last lap was a 1:40. In the last lap, we're going to see the first lap for UTS after the driver change and see how the second driver is going compared to the first. But coming over the start-finish line is Wollongong now, and we see that they've been doing pretty well, and that's the fastest lap from Wollongong so far, a 1:21.4. That's very, very good. Hopefully the Wollongong team will be able to go under 1:20, but that's great to see from them. And it looks like Monash are being pulled in for their driver change, and that last lap was a 1:36.23.
Yeah, so they've had some issues so far, but they've made it all the way through to the driver change, so that is a positive sign for them that perhaps that car might be able to make it to the end. So we'll see if it can restart after the driver change, and there's still plenty of points on the board for them.
And a 1:29.0 by UTS. It's really, UTS for a while there looked like they were going to take the best lap from Swinburne, but Swinburne currently has the best lap with a 1:18.7. Then UTS's best lap was a 1:19.1. Then the University of Sydney with a 1:20.9. And then Auckland with a 1:20.99. Then University of Wollongong with a 1:21.42. Then Monash with a 1:23.63, but they're not running at that now. Then University of Canterbury with a 1:24.2. Then Curtin with a 1:26.7. Edith Cowan with a 1:27.1. University of Newcastle with a 1:33.6, and University of Victoria did put a good lap in with a 1:34.37. But of course those are fastest laps. There's no prizes for fastest laps on endurance. It's really, there's no prizes at all until you get to the end. Now, UTS will certainly be wanting to see this car reach the end of endurance. When they've been on track, they've looked good. It looks like Canterbury has come up on Newcastle now. They'll be looking to get past fairly quickly. And yes, Newcastle has been given the blue flag and Canterbury is passing them.
Yeah, some nervous faces, but smiling faces out here from Newcastle, seeing that car restart after the driver change. So they're nervously awaiting that car to finish the event, but they've really put in an impressive performance all weekend.
That was a bit odd. I think Newcastle was given the blue flag there, but unfortunately the pass didn't occur. So I'm not sure if that was a mistake by the Newcastle driver or whether Canterbury didn't use that opportunity.
Looks like Monash here have completed their driver change and getting the car wheeled back out to the starting line, ready to start their second stint. So let's hope that car restarts and we see them back out there. And Wollongong coming across the line with a 1:17.78, which is the fastest lap we have seen so far today. So that Wollongong car really picking up some speed, flying out there, and that second driver clearly at one with this car and really started to get some very impressive lap times out of it. So hopefully he doesn't get too excited, just keeps the car going around, and these guys could be in a really good seat for this endurance event.
Yeah, and that's a double pass being put on Newcastle there. Wollongong really flying. They don't have a front wing, they don't have a rear wing, so not only are they putting these times in without as much downforce as the other teams, they should also be carrying a lot less drag, which will be really good for their efficiency score. And that last lap from UTS, a 1:16.8, the fastest lap so far.
So yeah, Wollongong and UTS, the New South Wales teams, really going punch for punch here in this endurance event. They've been quiet all weekend, but they've been building their way in, and now late in the day as the temperatures come down, the track conditions are ideal. These two cars are out there flying around, and this is going to be a really exciting end to this endurance event.
So Canterbury here, coming across. They're doing a fairly solid run, Canterbury. And that last lap was a 1:33.1.
So just building their way into this second stint, Canterbury, but as we've seen, you just need to get across the line in this event and they'll get a lot of points. So this second driver may be a little bit less comfortable than the first, but they're really doing a good job out there, and as their first driver said, they just want to manage the temperatures and make sure they get this car to the finish.
Yeah, it's only a handful of teams have finished so far. University of Victoria, Auckland have finished, and Swinburne have finished. So we've only had 3 teams finish so far.
Yeah, and it's definitely gotten darker out here and a little bit cooler in the last 5 or 10 minutes or so. So the weather is definitely closing in. Right at the moment, it's actually doing great things for the cars out on track with that extra bit of cloud cover. The track temps are down, which usually means the track gets a bit faster. But it does mean the rain is on the way. So those teams that are still queuing up, ready to go, must be getting a little bit nervous. But yeah, we really can't control the weather gods, so I guess they'll just have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, so the real advantage for these teams out here is they are not getting obstructed by anybody. Wollongong here is probably in a really good position to take out the win for Endurance.
And a Wollongong with a 1:15.8 that time, so a new fastest lap of Endurance so far for Wollongong. These two teams are really going punch for punch out here today. This is really exciting to see, and I think everyone out here on the wall is just glued to this event at the moment, because this is really coming down to a climatic finish.
Well, I can't remember the last time I saw University of Wollongong win an Endurance, but they have done it in the past. This is going fantastic for them.
I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe they actually might have won the Endurance event in 2018 with their combustion car, and I think the weather actually played a part that day as well. So let's see if it holds off for them this weekend, but looking good so far.
Well, they haven't needed any weather this time round to take it out. They've had probably cooler conditions than the others. Maybe the track is a little bit tidied up, and they certainly aren't being blocked by anybody. They've got nice clear air. They're putting in great times. They're making the most of this opportunity.
I've just spotted something that really could blow this wide open. The UTS car is out there held up by the Newcastle car, but it looks like the right-hand side pod on that car is flapping a bit loose.
Oh, no.
It's still firmly attached at the top at this point, so possibly they'll be allowed to continue, but we'll just have to monitor that and see how they go.
It isn't dragging on the ground at all, so it does look like it's not causing any safety issues. So normally if there isn't a safety issue, a potential danger to another team, the officials usually let the car run, and we'd certainly like to see this UTS car make the end.
Yeah, it's definitely not flapping wildly. It's a little bit loose, and you can still see the number clearly, so possibly they'll be allowed to continue with that. They've also cleared the Newcastle car and starting to pick up the pace again. So I think they're really lifting here with Wollongong and trying to get both of those cars to the finish. But they're in a really tight battle, and so a little bit of speed here is actually going to be quite important to decide the finish between these two teams.
Oh, and this is what we'd hope for. I think in an endurance, we don't want to see these events won purely by whatever few teams get over the line. We do want to see a difference in speed. We want to see teams win them rather than inherit the wins, and this is what's happening here with Wollongong and UTS. They're both fighting at it. Unfortunately, I think UTS had a few moments where they were stopped on track or slowed down, so I think this is really playing into Wollongong's hands, but they are really earning this now.
And Wollongong, what looks to be on their last lap, we believe here, so 1 lap to go for Wollongong. And UTS only 2 laps behind that, so this could be coming down to a really close finish here, and that looks like that is the checkered flag there for Wollongong, so that is an unbelievable job. Congratulations to that team.
What an amazing effort by Wollongong. We don't know for sure, but I would be taking a guess that at this stage that looks like a winning
I suspect that could have
time.
been the fastest time we've seen so far. We'll have to wait and see.
They'll be over the moon with that. Wollongong were definitely the first great Australian team. They managed to win a US comp in only their second year of their running. They were very hard to beat in Australia. They set the standard early on, and they've done a great job. Now, unfortunately, it looks like we've got a car slowed down here.
UTS.
We did see this before, so hopefully UTS can reset this and get going again.
It was their previous driver. This driver hasn't had this issue yet, so let's hope they actually know what to do to reset this car. Possibly they have commas back to the pit. Some teams run that, I'm not sure. I saw the Wollongong guy with the headset on, so hopefully they can get this car reset and get back underway again. They're so close. Only, I think, 2 laps to go for UTS. Hopefully they can get that car up and running.
And in amongst this, the University of Newcastle still rotating around, still doing the job. Their last lap from University of Newcastle was a 1:33.6.
And that's 15 laps in the books for Newcastle, so only a couple to go for them. The UTS car unfortunately still sitting here. They do have a certain amount of time to get this car refired. They have until the next car does one complete lap. They're toggling those power keys on the car there, and it looks like they might be going to get pushed off the circuit here. That is devastating for that team. They have put in a very impressive drive today in both the autocross and the endurance events, putting in some of the fastest laps we've seen today. In fact, the second fastest lap time of this event so far. But unfortunately, that looks like that's curtains for them.
Oh, that's so unfortunate to see. Monash doing a great job out there at the moment. In fact, that was a 121.2 from Monash, so they're finding some speed now.
Yeah, Monash really starting to play themselves in here late in the game. As we said, the track conditions pretty close to ideal at the moment, although there does look like a little bit of wind out there. But so with a big aero car, that actually can have an effect. If it's consistent, it's not so bad. You don't want the gusty winds because that makes it unpredictable, but that car definitely starting to find some speed late in the day.
Yeah, and I wouldn't write them off. They've had a really strong statics finish. They haven't had too much loss of time. There was a few laps that they were really slow. They did lose some big chunks of time, but so did some of the other teams that are at the top. I think this is going to end up very close in the EV competition overall. Everyone has suffered with some issues throughout the weekend.
Yeah, I think this could be possibly the hardest competition to call I've seen in my memory for quite a long time. So I think there's really, no good money on who's actually going to take it come the final standings, but we'll just have to wait and see.
A lot of the teams out there will have their point spreadsheets and calculated, and I think the really big thing was Auckland's penalties in that autocross has probably really hurt them for this event.
Yeah, there was a protest underway, I believe, so I'm not certain if that is the final classification, but we'll see what happens, I guess. It's a really big job to actually marshal these events and collect all the cone and gate scores. They're all volunteers out there. In fact, we have actually been helped by a number of students from the teams out there on the marshalling points this weekend. So it is a big job, and it takes a while to tot all those scores up. So the results will be final later on today, but they're still up in the air for the time being.
Now there is still an opportunity for teams to run. RMIT IC is still working on their car, trying to get that ready to go out, and that's certainly any finish in the IC. It looks like Canterbury has slowed here. There's a yellow flag gone up. Monash coming through the yellow flags now.
And on the last lap for Canterbury as well, probably 50 metres from the finish line, the exact same place that the Sydney car stopped earlier. This is so close. They might be able to reset this and get it going. We'll just have to wait and see. Sometimes with the temperature issue in an EV car, if the car over temps and stops, if the temps drop a little bit, you can reset it and get it restarted. So that first driver did mention they were managing the temperature, so possibly that's the issue we've seen here. And we'll just have to wait and see if he can get this restarted.
Oh, that's a real shame. But that last lap from Monash, we missed it in all of the confusion, is the fastest lap of the event so far, a 1:14.7. So clearly that car has pace. They'll be really excited about this because I know they're planning to do a European campaign with the vehicle, and they would have been disappointed up until this point in what they've seen. But seeing that sort of lap time right at the end will give them some hope that they're going to give it a shot over there, and they still are in contention.
And in some bad news I have to deliver, unfortunately the Canterbury car has been pushed off the circuit. Literally no more than 50 metres from finishing their endurance event, so that is devastating for that team. But not the first time we've seen that today. University of Sydney were in possibly a winning position earlier and faced the same fate. So motorsport can be cruel sometimes. Formula SAE is no exception, and we really do deserve to give that team a big round of applause for their performance this weekend.
So Monash coming over the line then with a 1:20.9. So whatever issues they were having earlier, they're well and truly resolved at the moment, it appears.
Yes, that lap is about a second faster than what the University of Wollongong car did earlier. So interesting to see with Wollongong running the same tyres as the Monash car, also rear-wheel drive, different motor configuration, but much less aero than Monash, and still within a second. I think that's quite an impressive job.
And Newcastle still going around. Newcastle coming up, they've got the last lap board, so Newcastle have been running around. That last lap from them was a 1:34.3.
Yeah, the real quiet achievers this weekend. They've just been out there pounding around, and it looks like they're on the way. What has slipped through the cracks in all of the excitement lately is the University of Queensland have started their endurance event. That car's out there running around, so they're on their first lap out, I believe, and we'll wait and see what they can deliver. But yeah, a big event ahead for them still.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very hard event to figure out who's come out on top overall. Been a lot of surprises, as we normally get by the time we get to endurance. And that last lap from Monash, another quick one with a 1:17.31. So Monash definitely finding pace now, showing they had the pace in the car, and they must be wondering if only they had managed to get nice reliable runs through the other events. And they're still not out of it, but they haven't been the dominant force that we've seen in the past. Fantastic run by Swinburne earlier in the day, and Auckland have really been very, very solid. Both Swinburne and Auckland got held up quite a bit out on track, so they will have lost a lot of time. But UQ there with a 1:38.07.
And the Wesmo team from the Waikato University queuing up here with their combustion cars. So as we said, Victoria University, the only combustion car to finish the endurance event so far, which puts them in a really strong position, but at least one more combustion car still to run. We'll see what happens with the RMRT car back there, but the Waikato car queuing up for the event, so we'll see if they can get out there. And that looks like a finish for Newcastle across the line to finish the endurance event, so
Well
massive
done,
job
Newcastle.
for them.
Well, Waikato are running out of order here. They needed to run before the electric vehicle, so there will be a 2-minute penalty applied to their endurance time, but it really doesn't matter. If they can finish endurance, they will have it.
Yeah, so really great job from that Newcastle team. I can see the team out in front of me here extremely excited about that result, and they really should be there. They're quite a small team, the Newcastle team, and that is quite an impressive event from them overall. And I think that could really play them up really well in the overall standings. And sounds like what I can see is rain starting to fall out there now. So this is really going to turn things on its head. Definitely starting to rain. There's a few cars out on track as we speak. University of Tasmania has also just started their event. Monash only have a lap or so to go. As does, yeah, there's a few cars out there, but there's some still waiting to start the event. Getting pulled away at the moment. Maybe going to wait until the weather clears a little more. But this is really going to throw a spanner in the works for those teams out there now.
Well, we knew the rain was coming. But a fantastic cheer for the University of Newcastle there. They've done a great job. They've been ready and prepared for each of the events. First up for most of them to get out there, and they have made the most of this opportunity. They'll be incredibly happy with their results, and they'll be able to build from that in future years.
Yeah, very excited team. They're always great to see the emotion from teams finishing. And I believe that's Monash University also finished the endurance event, so big congratulations to that team. They've definitely had their issues this weekend, so they're very, very excited to have made that achievement. Well done.
That's a great comeback from them, and they are still in contention. They had an excellent statics preparation. They did have some interruptions and some slow laps in that run, but otherwise it was quite quick. Certainly Auckland had a lot of slowdowns. They are protesting penalties from the
autocross
event, so we don't know how this is gonna lay at the end of it.
Yeah, you really can't count Monash out, can you? Year after year, even if some years they have had some issues, but they've always managed to come back from them and post a good score, and this year no different. So we'll see how they end up in the final score, but it's definitely going to be, I think it's amazing. It's going to be incredibly exciting to see the final standings in the CV class, because there's so many teams that are up there, have put in great efforts, and all had small issues of their own, so it's really going to be a competitive finish.
University of Tasmania out there and the University of Queensland. The last lap from University of Tasmania was a 1:58.8, and UQ are going around at a 1:34.7, but this is the second lap from Tasmania coming out, but definitely not showing the pace of the previous cars.
Yeah, so both these cars obviously out there at the moment on slick tyres, and the rain is starting to fall, so it's not been incredibly heavy just yet. In fact, maybe just a small sprinkle, but with the track being hot, if it only sprinkles a little bit, the track may dry up pretty quickly, and they may be okay to stay out there on slick tyres. In fact, I can see the University of Adelaide rolling up here also on slick, so they must have decided the conditions are okay to start their event on the slick tyres. Although I do see some wet tyres being prepared at the back there, and we'll see what happens here.
Oh, this is one of the things that does happen in these endurance events. The fastest cars go out first, and you tend to have a fair bit of action going on, but these cars here are now looking to put a time in, get some points on the board, and finish well with this competition. We're unlikely to see any real speed come from these two, but we still have a couple of cars that haven't yet gone out. The RMIT IC car RMIT have known to build very fast cars, so if they manage to get that car out on the start line and going, we should see some good times. And Waikato as well were lined up a little bit earlier, so they'll be looking to try and get a time on the board as well.
Yep, sounds like the University of Adelaide car has been switched on and waiting to go. So once they find a spot in the track, they'll be released and be allowed to start their endurance event. They didn't make it out for the autocross. They didn't, make a lap time in the autocross event this morning. They went out there, the car had an issue. So they're not actually running out of order here. They actually are allowed to start the event whenever they are because they didn't put a time earlier. And so let's see how they go.
So University of Queensland, fantastic to see them out there. This hasn't been the event that they wanted. They're usually a very strong competitor, but they haven't given up. They've got the car out there and they're running around now.
Yeah, great job from them.
And both University of Queensland, University of Tasmania, those last laps were both 1:35, so the team's running very close to each other.
We did see the Waikato car up in the queue earlier. I believe when the rain started, they got pushed back. Maybe they're going to sit and wait it out a little bit and see what the weather does. Maybe switch to some wet tyres. The track had been declared damp earlier, so I believe that means that cars have the possibility of switching tyres. But we'll just have to wait and see what they decide to do and whether they come back out later on.
So if the track is declared damp, the teams can choose whether they wish to run wet weather tyres or slicks. If the track is declared wet, they must run their wet weather tyres. It will be interesting to see how long this event is held open. The gates are normally held open for quite a while, but there aren't any other teams lined up ready to go at the moment.
Yeah, there's still some time before the event closure, so the cars that haven't had a chance to run yet still have a chance to get themselves sorted out and make it to the start line. So hoping we see those two more combustion cars have a crack at this event and see how they get on.
Yeah, and it looks like University of Adelaide is the car catching everyone at the moment.
And first lap in the books for them at a 1:25.5, which is quite a competitive first lap. So that car, as we saw yesterday, actually had quite some competitive speed in the acceleration and the skid pad events. Didn't get a time on the board this morning, but not surprised to see them out there going around quite quickly this afternoon.
Oh, absolutely, and they are definitely in contention for awards here. It will be difficult for them on this run because they are running around with two cars that are not quite at their pace. But if they can get up and get some consistent laps in and clean laps, they could be looking pretty good for this event.
Yeah, and that little bit of a sprinkle of rain we saw seems to have subsided for the time being, so the hot track will have dried those droplets up fairly quickly and doesn't seem to be affecting the cars out on track too much at the moment.
Well, these tyres, the slicks that you get on a Formula student car, a Formula SAE car, my apologies for continuing to say Formula student, these slicks are usually cut from a wet weather compound, so there's not a lot of difference between the wet weather tyres that a team will run and the dry tyres. They're generally the same compound, just the wet weather ones will have grooves in them. So unless there is standing water, there's usually not a huge advantage in switching over to the wets.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, in some categories worldwide, obviously the wet tyre is a much softer compound, but as you said, yeah, the slicks and the wets are, depending on the tyre manufacturer, but quite often the same compound, so yeah, not much benefit, and in fact, yeah, if the track's not that wet, you lose a little bit of contact patch by having the grooves in the tyre, so as long as the track's hot and the rain is light, they're probably best off staying out there on the slicks at the moment.
I remember quite a few years ago, there were teams that were taking advantage of the damp track rules on some of the events that would require rapid heating of the tyres, so in an autocross, acceleration or a skid pad, and actually running with an intermediate style wet weather tyre so that they would heat up faster. And it looks like the Adelaide driver put their hands in the air because UQ was not pulled over into the blue passing lane. That is one of the downsides of not posting a good autocross lap if you have a fast car, is that you are then having to run around with cars that are not quite at the same pace. So this is, while it might be frustrating for the University of Adelaide driver, it is certainly something that could have been remedied a little earlier. But we see a blue flag now for University of Queensland and University of Adelaide wanting to get on with it.
They sweep past, so they'll be now released, and will be interesting to see what kind of times they can put down now. They are free of the traffic, and that driver's had a couple of laps to warm into it.
Yeah, and it also looks like in amongst that, the University of Tasmania is creeping up on UQ as well. The last laps for those, the University of Tasmania was a 135.17 on the last lap, and the UQ was 136.2. So Tasmania definitely catching UQ. And that last lap from UQ a 137.5, they were held up. And we see Tasmania crossing the line soon, and a 131.7, so definitely Tasmania taking a huge time out. But Adelaide, of course, much quicker, 130.4, despite being held up for most of that lap.
Yeah, so yeah, UQ I think are definitely managing the energy level on that car and just driving at a pace that they're comfortable with. So I don't think we'll see their lap time differ too much from what we're seeing at the moment, but I think that University of Tasmania car should only get faster as the event goes on and that driver becomes more comfortable with the conditions.
Yeah, and you can see just how much distance the University of Adelaide has put on the other two.
Yeah, definitely quite a quick car, this University of Adelaide car, and will be interesting to see what kind of time they can do now.
And we do see the University of Waikato lined up to attempt to take the ISC Endurance win.
With that car fitted a set of intermediate tyres, it appears. So the track has been declared damp. They are allowed to run those tyres. As we said, we believe the compound is probably still the same compound as the dry tyre, but that does give them the flexibility that if this rain does start up again, which it definitely could, it's still hanging around, they'll be in a reasonable condition, whether there's a little bit of dampness or some dryness, and they can stay out there not having to change the tyres. So probably not a bad strategy call from them. And as we said, with the unreliability in the combustion cars today, just getting that car to the end of the event at a consistent and reasonable lap time might yield them a really good result.
Yes, it's really up for grabs. I think if Waikato are able to take out the endurance win in IC, they will take the overall IC. There is, going into this event, ECU was pretty far ahead, with Sydney probably in second place in that, but both ECU and Sydney have missed out the bulk of the points for this particular event. ECU only completing 7 laps, and the University of Sydney completing 16.
And the University of Adelaide students will be excited to hear that car just posted a 1:18.3 on the last lap, which is actually the 4th fastest lap we've seen so far today. So definitely no lack of speed from that car. That actually puts them ahead of the fastest lap we saw from Swinburne earlier on, which has been a really impressive car this weekend. So that Adelaide thing definitely has some speed on board.
Absolutely. They'll be really disappointed they didn't get that autocross time. They would have been looking very strong overall. But it does give them an opportunity to really chase that endurance win. I would say at this point that Wollongong probably put the fastest time overall. It's difficult to tell with the stoppages and penalties that teams have accrued. But if Adelaide keep running at this pace and get enough clear air, they could be a real contender to take out the endurance for the EV class.
Yeah, definitely. Still a little bit of rain out there now. In fact, it may have just started to pick up a little bit. So this tyre choice from Waikato here may be quite an inspired decision. We'll just have to wait and see what pans out. But as we see, with the hot tyres and hot track for the cars out there now, they should be able to keep that speed up relatively well for a few laps at least.
Yeah, it definitely looks like there's some visible rain now.
And University of Tasmania now onto their 8th lap, so only one more before the driver change, and the same thing for the University of Queensland. And in fact, yeah, one more lap for those guys, so getting quite close to half the endurance completed, and will be interesting to see how that goes.
Now as this rain comes in, if it continues to rain, at the moment it's declared a damp track, but if the rain gets severe and the water is, then teams can opt to come in and change their tyres in the terms of changing on the track. But if it is declared a wet track, then they are required to come in and change. And I think that's why Waikato has made sure that they've started on wet weather tyres to avoid having to be pulled in. We know this weather is looks like it's only going to get worse from here. So that was a very wise decision by Waikato to go back. And the question will be, is even though Victoria was not quite putting down fast lap times, will Waikato be able to match the Victorian times in the wet? So Waikato has shown that they've been the faster of the two cars, but this water will come into play.
And the University of Queensland and the UTAS car both approaching their driver change now. And with these worsening conditions, maybe they might be considering a change of tyre compound to the wets when they're coming for their driver change. So it'll be interesting to see how this pans out. And the University of Adelaide as well. So with that driver change coming up, they might have a chance.
And this is where a really good finish in autocross does put you in a good position overall. Everyone knew the rain was coming in a little bit later this afternoon. It was extra important to get a good autocross time earlier on. It looks like UQ has caught up to Tasmania. It looks like Tasmania having a little bit of issue in the wet.
I believe they're both in for their... Oh no, UQ will be in for their driver change this lap. No, they're both coming in, so...
University of Tasmania with a 147.4 on that last lap, and UQ with a 145.3. But it looks like UQ, at least on the timing screens, may have done an extra lap there with possibly. The first driver.
It appears that way.
We do see that occasionally in this competition, and certainly no one wants to do an extra lap. That it tends to use a bit more fuel or a bit more energy, and it makes it a bit harder.
And the Waikato car has fired into life on the start line, so they're lining up to start their endurance event. Not the best timing with the weather setting in, but with that tyre on their car, they should still be in for a good run.
Yeah, they know what they're going for here. They don't need to have a lightning fast finish. There's only been one team that has completed the endurance for IC, and that's the University of Victoria. So all they need to do is beat that team, and they can take this win. If they finish, they're guaranteed to place.
Yep, so 2 driver changes happening in the pit lane here right now. We've got the University of Tasmania switching their drivers, both in very resplendent matching red suits, and the University of Queensland also changing drivers in behind them. So a bit of action in the pits.
What might be odd with this, unless RMIT get out for the endurance, we may see a team place in endurance without finishing endurance, which I don't think I've ever seen.
Yeah, as we spoke about before, you do score points for every lap completed in endurance, only 1 point per lap. So in that case, yeah, we may see a team actually get on the podium and take home a trophy, which is always nice.
And the last lap board for the first driver of the University of Adelaide, and that was at 124.5, so definitely being affected by the water, but not too bad.
If they can keep those lap times up for the rest of the stint, I think they'll be okay. So might be difficult to win the event from there with this weather, but if they can just get over the line, I think that's going to be a really big win for that team.
It's this Waikato team, they know what they've got to do. They've just got to keep it on the track. They've got to make sure it restarts in the middle of their endurance. I'm not sure if RMIT is still planning to come out. I think RMIT would be the only car that I'm aware of that is likely to get back out on. I think we've seen every other car that is likely to run on the track. A lot of them strewn around the middle of the track. There's been a lot of sad stories here today, but this is not over, and this competition, as much as it's great to get together and compete against each other, the real wins occur back in the workshop, and taking a car from a blank sheet of paper to a finished vehicle is always a massive achievement.
And a massive learning experience, and really that's what this whole event is all about. That's why it's not just a motorsport event. We have all the static disciplines, and they're really about teaching students to use a good engineering process and go through the correct process, the sort of things that they'll be doing in industry. And actually it's really a feedback loop, and the presence of those static events causes the students to make good decisions that actually eventuate in having better cars in the end as well, and therefore faster cars, and hopefully ones that finish the events.
University of Adelaide coming in for their driver change. That was a 125.4, so they're at least consistent there. I do believe this is definitely a good wet track, and University of Waikato there with a 155.9. So quite a slow first lap, but they know they only need to finish. Certainly the University of Victoria did have a lot of moments where they were slowed down. So they know they don't even have to go too fast to take this out. They just need to be reliable.
University of Tasmania now lining up after their driver change, about to head out for the second stint of their endurance. So great to see those guys, and away they go. So University of Tasmania back underway.
Yeah, great to see University of Queensland pushing up after their driver change. And this is a fantastic story for University of Queensland. They really have not had a great competition in terms of getting out, but they're getting out now. They had a fantastic run in 2019, but it's been a long time since then.
Yeah, so we actually, as mentioned yesterday, had the privilege to run some Queensland competition events in the past 2 years in COVID, and actually they managed to build a brand new car in that time as well, and competed with it in those events, and it was a very quick car. And I think if the events had been held at FSAE in those years, they would have been extremely competitive and possibly fighting for the win in those years. They then this year went for a bit of a change in strategy, went for a bit more of aggressive design, and they've managed to get that car finished and driving out here this weekend. But I think they'll be looking very strong again next year. You can also see an interesting livery design on that car, a bit of a squiggle going down the side, which I believe is actually a Google Maps trace of the Brisbane River, taking homage to their hometown there of Brisbane, and yeah, making sure that no one is mistaken from what state they're from.
You definitely sound like a proud Queenslander there, Isaac.
Great to look at the Brisbane River, not so great to swim in.
The Swan River in Perth, one of the best rivers in the country, I believe.
Definitely not getting paid by the tourism board. And the University of Tasmania are around to complete their first lap after the starting the second stint of their endurance. So keep pounding around there for them, and looking reliable so far after having some issues this morning in the autocross event. So it looks like they found something in that car, managed to rectify the issue, and it's looking good so far.
So this Waikato car is going reasonably slow out there. Hopefully not an issue there.
As we saw, the Victoria University car wasn't particularly quick, but it just kept pounding around, got to the end of the event, and is so far in the lead. So if Waikato can just keep that car going and keep putting in the sort of lap times they're doing at the moment, then they might be in with a shot.
Yeah, well, they would definitely want to match the University of Victoria.
Yeah, the Victoria car definitely did start picking up the pace towards the end of their stint and doing a little bit quicker than what Waikato's doing at the moment, so there's definitely still some room to improve there.
Yeah, the worry here is you do get points for finishing the endurance, but it is based on the minimum time. So if you're not within a really good place compared to the minimum time, you can finish the event and still end up with very few points.
Yeah,
so
correct.
They'd want to make sure they avoid that.
And the University of Adelaide have completed their driver change, now getting pushed out to the start line, ready to start the second stint of their endurance.
So yeah, Waikato looking quite slow there. Hopefully that's not a car issue. Being caught very quickly by the University of Tasmania. There have been a couple of issues for Waikato. They weren't able to get out and do a good autocross run. Yes, and that was a 154.59 by Waikato, which is probably enough for what they need to do. The University of Tasmania with their last lap was a 139.6.
Yeah, I think they were held up a little bit towards the end of that from the Waikato car. Looks like it might be possibly stuck in a single gear, the Waikato car, and just keeping the revs pretty constant as it came past. So possibly just doing what they can to keep that car going around. Definitely not looking like they're pushing too hard. But at this point, that might be all they need just to get to the end.
Well, they'll want to make sure that they don't stop, because if that is stuck in a higher gear, restart might be a bit of an issue for them. Making sure they can get off the line and keep moving. So they won't want to get past too often, because every time they go into that passing lane, if it is stuck in a higher gear, they will need to exit that.
The Uni of Queensland out there now, still doing punching in good laps after the driver change, still going around. They're running a much reduced capacity in their accumulator now, so they weren't 100% confident they'd get to the end of the endurance event, but the car's still going around so far, and we'll see how far they can get.
Yeah, and the University of Adelaide has been unleashed after their driver change, and it looks like a cat amongst the pigeons out there. It's gaining on all of them very quickly. It will slow their runs down, but I know that driver will enjoy that experience very much.
Yeah, so definitely hurt by their failure in the autocross event earlier, but by far the fastest car on track at the moment. A couple of cars out there just conserving, trying to get to the end, but they're still in with a shout of this event, so they're trying to get the lap times on the board and don't want to be held up too much, but this is going to be a real test for that driver, just to keep a cool head, not get too frustrated, and make sure they don't make any mistakes.
Yes, and they're past one already, past UQ, I believe. And then they'll be tracking down Waikato. So Waikato there with a 158.9, probably still enough.
And that's 4 laps in the board for Waikato, so progressively getting there, but it's going to be a long day if they if they keep up that sort of speed, but hopefully they can get to the end.
Well, the big question is for the IC class is, will RMIT get out? Oh, and a cone hit by University of Adelaide there, but very lucky to pull that in, because otherwise that would have been an off course.
I have to say, actually, on the whole weekend, and especially today, at least from the cars we've been seeing on screen, a lower number of cone hits, I think, compared to previous years. Teams often get out there, like to put on a show, get a bit aggressive, and sometimes find themselves making contact with a few of the tall, pointy things, but most of them have survived intact today, and I think there's been minimal cone penalties compared to other years.
Yeah, this will be frustrating for Adelaide. They're stuck on the back of Waikato now.
And I think, unfortunately, the Waikato car missed that passing lane, so they're going to be stuck behind them for a little bit longer too.
Well, I hope the driver from Adelaide can be patient. They've been patient so far, and one of the dangers is if you do get held up. I remember in the last Australian competition I drove, I was caught behind a car that was rearranging the track, and they were not pulled over for a blue flag, and it was a very, very frustrating drive and very hard to stay patient during it. So I know what that feels like. If you get past it, sometimes you can go a little bit too aggressive. So let's hope this Adelaide driver can keep their head on this lap now that they've been unleashed.
As we said, we did see a lot of the other electric teams getting held up earlier on in the day as well, so there's definitely not the only team so far to be causing some delays, and so as long as they can keep that car on the track, they're still in with a shout.
So it looks like the rain, or the heavy rain, is holding off, which is great to see.
It's really been coming and going. I've seen umbrellas going up and down, so not enough on the track yet to be properly wet, but really hard to tell from 1 minute to the next.
Yeah, and for Waikato, this is a lap counting event. That last one was a 159.7, so no real speed out of Waikato. They haven't managed to put in a time that's as fast as Victoria yet. They are losing probably in the order of about 10 seconds a lap based on what Victoria were doing. But Victoria did have a few incidents, so it'll be interesting to see whether Waikato can go fast enough to at least take that one.
Been informed there has been some doubts in regards to the University of Tasmania car and the electric vehicle out there. They have a T-cell indicator on the roll hoop of that car, which is supposed to indicate when the high voltage system is active, which I believe it is when they're flashing red, but at the moment I believe it's flashing red and green, so they're unsure what's going on there, and possibly under review, but we'll have to wait and see what they do about that.
Well, you've got to be very careful with these electric vehicles too. We don't want to see anything that would cause a safety incident to the driver. So it's likely that car might be called in to have a look at, or at least have a close inspection when it comes in. And you've got to be very careful around these cars. If one of them is live, they're very dangerous to work on if you're not using proper safety precautions. So the organisers will be looking at that closely. And they are being caught quite rapidly by the University of Adelaide, which is looking forward to getting past and having completely clear air, but they weren't pulled over into that passing lane, which is a little bit surprising. So again, we're going to have a half a lap with the University of Adelaide on the tail of a car, and this looks like it's a regular occurrence for Adelaide at the moment.
Some tense discussions happening out here with the officials and the UTAS team, so we'll hopefully they are allowed to continue if there is no issue, but possibly there's a safety issue there which has to be taken seriously, so we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, the bulk of the rules are very open in the Formula SAE competitions. They allow a lot of variety in the cars, but most of the rules are there for safety reasons.
The University of Queensland car still out there pounding around at the moment from what I can see. It's got 15 laps in the books, so only 4 to go for them. Still driving very conservatively, but let's hope they can get that car to the finish. I can still see it going down the back straight there, so if they get that car over the line, that's going to be a massive win for that team, so we'll just have to hold on and wait and see.
Yeah, the University of Adelaide has been unleashed now. They've gone past University of Tasmania. Now they should have at least a lap or so before they catch somebody else. And yes, unfortunately, the University of Tasmania is being black flagged. As we've said before, we saw with the University of Victoria, that doesn't mean the end of the run for them, but they will check to make sure that there's nothing there that's going to endanger the students or any track officials.
It's going to be a difficult one. Doesn't seem like the kind of thing you might be able to fix straight away, but we'll just have to wait and see. They might have something in mind, and if they can get that fixed, they might be allowed back out to complete the event.
And maybe that is, I'm not too aware of the systems, but maybe that's a case of shutting it down and rebooting it, and if the light comes good, maybe that's a path forward.
It's one of those difficult things because obviously every eventuality that happens to a car can't possibly be written into the rules in regards to how you deal with it in an event. So it's really going to come down to the judgment call of the tech inspectors and the stewards here at the event.
Well, so far we've had 6 teams complete endurance. We've had Monash, which was a real surprise to everyone, managed to get out after having some issues earlier on, managed to finish. We had University of Wollongong with a very good run from them and possibly the overall win for the EV class. We've also had a finish by Swinburne, who put in some very fast times but were held up by University of Victoria. And the University of Auckland, they also were in that situation, being held up a bit, but a very steady times from them, not quite as fast as the other ones. And we've had the University of Newcastle finish, and of course University of Victoria, the only IC team to finish. So at the moment, 6 teams out of the 16 teams that have started this event, and the over 20 teams that were registered in this event. And while that seems like a very small number of teams to finish, it's not unheard of for about 30% of the teams to be standing at the end of the endurance events, and we see that typically around the world, and in the past Australia's been pretty good with reliability, but I think the time away with COVID and some of the disruptions over the last few years, we sort of expected that reliability wasn't going to be there this time around.
As a percentage of the cars, I believe we've seen more finish the endurance event so far than we had in autocross this morning. So normally you don't see that happen. Normally it's the other way around. But on by and large so far, it's actually been a pleasant surprise to see a lot of the teams have got to the end. Some have experienced some minor issues during the event, and a couple of those that didn't make it, so University of Sydney and University of Canterbury specifically, were within 50 metres of finishing that event. So although they didn't quite make the finish, that's a very impressive event. And
well, I think on University of Sydney they actually had another lap
to go, yeah, okay. So that's still very impressive from both of those teams. Impressive for everyone that actually made it out here into the dynamic events this afternoon, into the endurance event. It's a long weekend. It's a very tired and stressful weekend for everyone. And to make it that far is a very good job from every team.
Well, the University of Adelaide right on the back of University of Queensland, and they will have to go another half a lap before they get an opportunity to pass. So their times are definitely not representative of what their car can do, and Adelaide at this stage really just have 3 laps to complete until they're done the endurance, so that'll be their goal from here.
Yeah, so 17 in the books for UQ now, so I believe that's 2 laps to go for them. It's pretty amazing that car's made it this far and that little amount of batteries, so not long to go now, but let's hope they can hold it together. I believe that car was, it's all been come together very late. I believe they were actually nitriding their gears not more than a day or 2 before they left for the event to drive down from Queensland, so coming together very late, but the car's still going around out there right now, and that's all that matters. Oh,
it's an incredible recovery, and you say that it's a stressful weekend and a long weekend. Well, really these teams, probably for the last 2 weeks, have been working incredibly hard in the pre-competition lead-up, and are absolutely exhausted. I know the ECU team staying with them. I know myself, fairly tired at the moment, and certainly looking forward to a bit of rest after this. And it's a fairly quick turnaround before starting another campaign.
Yeah, definitely. In fact, some teams even start on the design of their next vehicle before they finish the one before, so there's often a lot of overlap. Hopefully teams get a little bit of a break over Christmas to recharge and reset, and then and crack on with another year in 2023.
Well, I know there's about 2 weeks of the year that the ECU team is not in the workshop, and those are over that Christmas break.
Yeah.
And usually account for some of the travelling back, but by early January, back on it, ready to go.
And that's what it takes. You really have to plan out the whole year and be working hard the whole year through to make a car work and get a competitive car to the competition. And really, it's the teams you see that are capable of putting in that hard work all year round that yield the results at the end of the year.
So Waikato, last lap from Waikato was a 2:04, but they're coming in for their driver change, I believe.
Oh, looks like the UQ car might be slowing and come to a stop.
Yeah, Waikato is driver change, and the UQ here, it looks like their second last lap.
I think two to go for them.
That last lap from Waikato was a 1:37.4. So out of somewhere, they've managed to find a considerable increase in speed. And I would suggest if their driver and their second driver can run a few quicker laps, they might have this. Now, if Waikato end up finishing this endurance with a time that at least gives them decent points, they're probably going to take the overall IC.
And the UQ car rolling again, so massive cheers outside the com box here. That car's moving again. They've only got to complete, I believe, 1 or 2 more laps to get that car to the finish, but maybe they might be pulling it into the driver change area. It has come to a stop again.
Well, we have 18 on the laps on the board, and 19 indicates a finish, so
yeah, I think
this
they
looks
have
like
one
lap
go.
short. University of Adelaide, it looks like they have another 2 laps to complete. Or actually, they may be on their last lap now.
Yeah, they just had to slow up there for the UQ car, but they've gone past. And the UQ car having another go at resetting that car. They were able to do it once, so maybe they might do that again. Judging off what we know of the state of that car, possibly running a little bit low on the electrons at this point.
Well, let's have a look at this University of Adelaide car, because they have got nobody else out on the track with them at the moment. This driver has been desperate for clear air the whole time he's been around, and is really starting to drive this. This is the final lap for them. If they can get it over the line, they...
Oh, no. And they've just come to a stop. You're kidding. The UQ car getting pushed away, but we can see on the back straight the Adelaide car having ground to a hold at this point. Possibly they can get that reset.
Oh, this is... Maybe they were actually being benefited by being slowed down by some of the other cars and keeping a little bit more juice in the batteries, but...
He does have some time to get on top of this. There's no one else on the track at the moment, so he does have a chance to reset this car and hopefully get going again. He only has to complete another half a lap to get this thing to the finish, but it wouldn't be the first car we've seen today fail this close to the finish of the event.
And this is absolutely heartbreaking. I think the only time I've really seen somebody manage to finish with breaking down near the very end was a team in last time we were in Werribee that managed to crawl over the line using their starter motor. And so I think that was actually the first time a hybrid finish in Australia. First
in the combustion vehicle, and the Waikato car being pushed out to the start line after their driver change. And I hear a beep coming from the Adelaide car, and it is moving again.
It is moving.
Massive
A big cheer from the Adelaide students. They just need to nurse it around.
Yeah, we've seen this before from the UTS car earlier. Stopped a couple of times, is able to reset and get going again. Possibly either some temperature or voltage issues, both of which can be cured with a small rest and a small break temporarily. So if he's really lucky, that might be enough to get this car around the last lap. Cleans up a cone there, but that really won't matter in the grand scheme of things. The rain also starting to pelt down now, so it's all really coming to a climax at this point, but that car's still moving. So everyone on the wall, please give this car a clap home. It's so close.
Oh, this is an amazing finish. University of Adelaide, they put in some fast times. They had a 1:17.3851, but they don't care about the times right now. They just want to get past that checkered flag. They've gone past their team, approaching the checkered flag right now, and they have passed the checkered flag. A well done to the University of Adelaide. The 7th team to complete endurance today.
And that was a really strong run from them. And obviously they lost a little bit of time on that last lap with the stoppage, but they were punching in consistently, top 5 times that entire endurance, so they're really not out of this event just yet.
And Waikato incredibly excited. Their car has restarted. They have 9 more laps.
Tracked them all to themselves as well. The rain's starting to come down, but they're the only car out here so far with the intermediate tyres on, so they should have no issues with the wet track, and we'll see what they can do.
Now this is a test. 9 laps. They've been lapping at about 2 minutes a lap for most of their laps. So in 18 minutes we get to find out whether Waikato have finished endurance to become the 8th team to finish. If they finish, and they finish at the same sort of speed at Victoria or faster, this could be the win in the IC for Waikato. As strange as it is, the faster teams are the University of Sydney and the University of Edith Cowan, or Edith Cowan University, I should get that one right given I worked there, failed earlier on. Edith Cowan University managing 7 laps before they dropped some sort of fluid on the ground, looked like oil, and then University of Sydney making it all the way to 1 more lap to go before unfortunately having a mechanical failure. It looks like the only mechanical failure we've seen in this competition. Other ones have been powertrain.
Looks like some University of Adelaide boys walking down the pit lane with a hastily prepared strategy message taped onto one of their tables. I won't repeat what it says on the live stream here, but I'm definitely giving their drivers some advice and pump-ups for their last lap there, so that might have got them across the line.
The sign is missing a few letters, but I think the intention is well and truly clear, and I think it's wise not to read it online. And Waikato there, moving across, and a 146.59, so the driver aware that they do have to put in a bit of times to make sure that they take out this, or at least get close to Victoria to maximise their points gain.
Oh, they've had a little spin here in the wet track, but they've got it back underway again now, so that's a good save from them. But yeah, I think the Victoria University car did start very slowly, but in the second half of their run, they definitely started to pick up the pace. So
yeah.
On the whole, their time might not have been too bad, and Waikato will definitely want to be making sure their average lap speed stays pretty high in their second stint to keep it in a shout.
Yeah, this is certainly difficult conditions for them. I don't know whether they are stuck in a gear. If they're stuck in a gear, it sounds like a little bit of a low one, which won't be where they want to be. There shouldn't be much of a problem overheating. It's quite cool now. So that's going to go in their favour. They have restarted. That's the hardest part for an internal combustion car. So they're giving themselves the best chance. Unsure whether RMIT combustion is looking to come out or not.
I can see a large crowd of people around their pit lane at the moment, so that doesn't necessarily tell us anything, but hopefully they can get that out here and at least get out on the track. Even if they don't make it through the whole event, it would just be good to see that car out on the circuit and see what it can do, because it's been such a roller coaster for that team this weekend. So I think everyone here is hoping they can get it out.
Oh, my ex-team leader from Edith Cowan University, Liam, who was a New Zealander himself, has said surely Murray's got to come out for Waikato. And I have told the team that Murray had the one appearance. I don't want to bring him out too often.
Maybe we'll save that for lap number 19, hey?
Yeah, he's a little bit irritable. But this Waikato driver, this definitely looks like the better of the two. It's putting the times in, and I think if they can continue doing this, they should be right.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like that car might be in the one gear. Haven't heard a gear change yet, so just doing what they need to do to get that car to the finish, and yeah, any points is grade points in the internal combustion car at this point.
And that's a 151.5, but they did have that incident earlier on. Definitely looking a lot faster than the previous one, so if they're caught in a gear, they're caught in a lower gear.
And yeah, the wet weather definitely has set in properly here at Winton Motor Raceway. This is the third year running the event here at Winton. The Benalla region has welcomed us and hosted a great event. They're very welcoming to all the teams with the accommodation and making sure everyone's enjoyed their time down here in our country, Victoria. And I believe at this point we'll be back here next year, and I think everyone's in agreement that it's been a great event.
Oh, absolutely. I love coming down to Winton here. It's a great location. The local towns of Benalla and Wangaratta are incredibly welcoming. The organisers have done a fantastic job, and it's been run very professionally right from the beginning. I think we saw in the tech inspection on Thursday, when they were getting through the cars so quickly, that all of the teams were really quite happy with how this was being run. So it's a great return for Formula SAE Australasia, but hopefully we'll be back here again next year.
Yeah, should be bigger and better. There was a few teams, a few more international teams originally registered for this event. They couldn't make it in the end, but with such a successful event this year, we're hoping to see a few more of our international friends join us in the future, and we really encourage that. We love to see our friends from overseas and get to know teams from around the world and swap and share stories and ideas, and with a few of our local teams hoping to head over that way soon. It'd be good to get some more international visitors in the future.
Well, that's just ticked over on 13 on our lap board, which means 6 more laps for Waikato. And that was a 141.86, so it looks like they're doing what they need to do. Now, the fastest lap from Victoria was a 134.3, but I don't think that's really representative of their run. They did have quite a few laps that were over 2 minutes, so this driver's really reeling it in now.
They're probably getting about as much as they can out of this car with that one gear stuck in, so if you can just keep the temperatures under control and get it to the finish, it'll be a good haul of points for Waikato.
Well, I think this temperature and the rain has really ended up suiting them to be able to do this. They have had a bit of running on this car, and they felt confident that when it was out on the track that it would do well. They didn't have the best of autocross runs. But they're doing it now.
Yeah, we didn't see this team here in 2019. They were here in 2018, but they've had I think they've had a few lean years as far as the team has been concerned. But with the COVID-induced break, they definitely have managed to get the team back together again and to the level where they can produce a car that passed all the technical inspections and has made it out onto basically all of the dynamic events this weekend. So they've done a great job.
And it is good to see the IC teams still here. Most universities look like they've gone the path of the electric vehicles, but electric vehicles are considerably more expensive to build, and the IC cars, it's always been a great opportunity, this competition, for students to get involved and have a hands-on project, and being able to do that within a reasonable budget really allows more universities to compete. So we'd hope to see that the IC competition as a way for students to get those skills remains viable.
Yeah, it is definitely a very difficult thing to build a Formula SAE car from scratch for a new team, regardless of the powertrain. So that combustion class does provide a little bit of a lower barrier of entry to new teams. So it's good that it still exists and has that pathway for teams that are starting to form. And I believe there's actually at least 2 new teams in Australia from universities that haven't competed, if at all, or not for a very long time, that are working on cars in the background at the moment. They haven't been here competing this weekend, but we're looking to see even a couple more universities here next year, so that's really exciting for the competition. And I know that a few of those students from those unis have been here not only spectating, but even volunteering and helping out run the event this year, so they will have learned a lot from that, and they've actually been a great assistance, so we thank them for that, and we wish them all the best in getting their cars built and ready, and hopefully see them there at Winton Motor Raceway in future years.
Oh, and these last lap time there from Waikato was a 1:38.8, so a reasonable lap time. Their fastest so far is a 1:37.47. So Victoria did manage to go a little bit faster, but these conditions are a lot more difficult. It does appear that the car is stuck in one gear, but the driver is driving very consistently. When they come across the start-finish line here, they will have 4 more laps to complete.
And yeah, as we said, only car out there on track at the moment. No other cars currently lined up, so this will probably be the last car we see for a little while. The event's still open for a little bit longer, so there is still a chance for any teams that haven't managed to pass all the scrutineering and get their cars going yet. I believe the University of South Australia and our Griffith Racing team, both teams that were in the final stages of scrutineering last time I saw earlier today, so unsure of their current progress, but hopefully we might see them floating around here not too distant future.
Yes, and definitely Waikato by far the fastest team out on the track at the moment. Doing particularly well. This is great to see. They're a good team. Very good natured. It was enjoyable to have a chat to them when we were in scrutineering and have a look over their car. And there's some really good design work done there.
It is quite a nicely turned out car, actually. Some quite good fit and finish on it, and some good engineering practice used. So shame it's stuck in gear here at the moment. We can't quite see what its full potential would have been, but they've definitely done a good job producing that car.
And that last lap time was a 1:40.7. So the driver's being very consistent here, and they'll be hoping it's enough to get a really good endurance time.
I'll take this opportunity to do a big shout out to all of our volunteer marshals, some of which are volunteers of the event and some of which are actually students of our competing teams out there that are running the flag points and braving the rain out there at the moment. So a big thank you for all of your help, and I hope you guys are having some fun out there at the moment as well.
So I know while most teams have gone and their comp is wound up and they're starting to think about the sleep that they're going to have that they haven't had for so many months, Waikato are nervous as can be watching this car go around. Their comp is far from finished.
And they've only brought a small team over here this weekend, so there's a small tight-knit crew behind this car, and they're I'm sure they're all one little family and looking after each other, and are really excited to see if they can get this thing over the line.
Well, they have 3 laps to complete. Driver doing an excellent job here. That last lap was a 1:40.7. Doing exactly what they need to do.
And the rain definitely has set in properly now. The track has gone from being covered in spots to a properly damp track. There's definitely some spray starting to come up from behind this car. So this is the most difficult conditions we've seen here at Winton this weekend. Thankfully, we managed to get the very vast majority of the dynamic events out of the way in the good weather. But hasn't caused us any great issues so far. But yeah, causing a little bit of a bump in the road there for Waikato at the moment.
Yeah, this is fantastic to see that they are getting closer and closer. There's certainly been years that I've been at a competition with a car that you're unsure about the endurance. It always gets a little bit nervous, even when you're having a good run. As you get to the last few laps, the cheers tend to die down a little as the heart just starts to pound, hoping that you get those last few laps over the line.
Managing the slowly shortening of fingernail length with the number of laps to go and hoping they converge on the same number at the end.
The driver's doing a brilliant job here. This low temperatures means that overheating should definitely not be a problem for them.
So all the electric vehicles here running this weekend are fitted with what's called an energy meter, and basically what that does is actually logs and records on the car the entire time they're on the track in the dynamic events. What that does, they use that also for the calculation of the efficiency scores here in the endurance event. So not only is there points for the fastest time, but the vehicle that uses the least amount of energy, and that comes across both the combustion and the electric classes. The combustion cars are weighed for the fuel that they start with and the fuel that's left in their car at the end, and that produces a weighted score based on the amount of energy consumed. And the electric cars do that with that energy meter that records the flow of current and the voltage at any given time, and also make sure that the electric cars comply with the 80 kilowatt maximum rule at any one time. So there has been teams disqualified from Formula SAE events across the world in the past from individual events and individual runs where they have breached that 80 kilowatt limit, but that's something that has to be fitted to the cars in the technical inspection earlier in the weekend. And then once they finish the endurance event this afternoon, they go through the post-tech inspection or parc fermé. They have those meters removed from the vehicle, downloaded, and then we'll know in the period between the endurance event and the presentations tonight how much energy they used and whether they breached any of the rules. And we get the final scores for the endurance event later on tonight, and the teams will be eagerly awaiting those scores, and they can actually have quite a big outcome on the final result in the event. And I know there's been definitely podium places won and lost in the past based on those efficiency scores. So they're definitely not something to forget about in the design of your car, and especially in the strategy in which you approach the endurance event. Absolutely.
And so this is coming up to their final lap for Waikato. The conditions are incredibly wet over there, but it shows the wisdom. When they started, the track was dry, and just a few sprinkles of rain, and they rushed back to put a set of wet weather tyres on, and they've made the absolute right decision.
Yeah.
Because if this track is starting to definitely look wet, they probably would have been pulled over if they weren't running the wet things. They know what they're doing here. If they look very, very close to taking out the win in the IC, unbelievably, that we're seeing this car here. And if they do this, they should win overall.
Yeah, it's going to be, I'm not sure of what some of the static event results were, but this is definitely going to throw a cat amongst the pigeons, and it's going to be really interesting to see how the IC category comes out after this event. But yeah, definitely a great choice from them, a good strategy call to go with those intermediate tyres, and races in the motorsport world won and lost every day on split-second decisions, and that was definitely the right decision from that team today.
This is fantastic to see. And you can see the Waikato are all up on the side of the track. If you are in your garages, I would get out onto the track right now, bear the rain, get out and cheer this team on. This is amazing to see. They've had issues here, but they've come back and they're running strong. The last lap was a 1:44, but it doesn't matter. What matters is the last lap, and they're on it right now.
Yeah, definitely. I've obviously had this gear selection issue, but this car has shown no other reliability issues so far. This has been a really great performance from Waikato, and I think they're going to be extremely pleased with their weekend overall. And let's wish them a big cheer as they come across the line.
And look at everybody lined up, students from all of the different universities cheering on Waikato over the line. What an achievement by them.
And that is the checkered flag. Congratulations, Waikato. Fantastic effort. And the team go absolutely mad on the wall. A few revs from the driver there, but that is an incredible achievement. Very well done.
That's absolutely huge. Become one of the few teams to finish. And out of the starting teams, it looks like almost half the teams have completed endurance that started it. That's an incredible effort. We've had a lot of stories here during the endurance that ended poorly at the last couple of laps. And for every heartbreak, there is moments of intense joy as well, and we're seeing that from Waikato now. What an achievement.
Efficiency score's gone out the window here. A few celebratory revs on the in-lap here for the Waikato team, and I can actually see the faculty advisor from the RMIT combustion team even coming down here to congratulate them. So this really is the spirit of the Formula SAE category. All the teams really wish well of each other, and it's always great to see that other teams supporting each other and getting excited about the results.
Absolutely, and that is probably the event one for the IC. It's going to come very close. I mean, Victoria did have faster laps, but that last lap from Waikato was a 1:36.8, so it was it was close to what we saw from Victoria at their peak. But given that they are running that single cylinder, they'll almost certainly have the efficiency. So they've got a huge haul of points right at the end there. A great end for that team.
Yeah, that's a really good result from them. Now, like I said, a very small team. We can see it here as that car's pushed away to the post-tech inspection. But, yeah, they braved the weather, they braved the odds, and they've made it to the end, and that's incredible.
I tell you, that's the sort of thing they make movies about.
Yeah.
Or should make movies about.
So we've got a little bit of time left in the event here till the gates close. So what I might do, I might go a quick run down the pit lane and just get an idea if they were expecting to see any other cars out here this afternoon. If there's anyone that's, running it close but thinking about making it out, and and we'll see how long we have left.
Well, thank you for joining us for that. There may be a few teams coming out a little bit later on, but in case there isn't, well, thank you for joining us for this endurance event. It's been really exciting, a lot of surprises, a few teams that had an absolutely fantastic run earlier on in the competition that couldn't quite pull it together in the endurance, especially in the combustion class, with the University of Sydney and University of ECU really fighting out, and then both unfortunately coming unstuck. We saw Adelaide really pull it off right at the end. That looked dicey, and the UTS car, which was putting some really fast times on, didn't manage to finish the event. And we saw Monash that looked completely out of it in the autocross, unable to put a good lap time down, has come back and put the fastest lap time for the event. It was really impressive to see them go around, but Wollongong definitely the class act in the EV class. They put a fantastic rundown, very consistent, but also very fast laps with the second fastest lap time. Swinburne were been incredibly impressive all weekend. They put the benchmark down early on a track that they had to contend with some of the slower cars in the IC class running around, but they really did impress. And that whole EV competition is going to be incredibly close at the end. It's very difficult to pick who's won. I'm sure some of the teams have got spreadsheets that are telling them where they've finished, but it'll be very, very hard to pick before we take in penalties. Auckland, a very solid finish. Weren't able to put the pace in that we saw from them in the other events, and there is a question overhanging them as the penalties for the autocross, and if they have had a severe penalty in the autocross, that'll be a real upset to this competition. But they did manage to finish the endurance, and unfortunately their neighbours Canterbury got caught right at the end, one lap to go, unable to finish. Curtin have been massively impressive all weekend. They put in a pretty good lap time of a 1:26.7. It was their best and their final lap time, and unfortunately unable to finish. And their neighbours in Edith Cowan University, unfortunately the university that I'm a faculty advisor for, showed incredible speed throughout the weekend. The fastest lap time in autocross, the fastest acceleration, the fastest skid pad for the IC. A really great weekend with some good statics finish, but unable to finish the event there. Sydney was looking like they had it all wrapped up, ready to go, and one more lap to go. It was a really sad finish from them, but a very tight contest, and they'll be both back next year, ready to fight again. University of Newcastle, they have been the team that has been first on the track, ready to run in every single event. They had a really solid finish and completed the endurance. Put in some reasonable lap times. Their fastest are 1:30.5. University of Tasmania, really unfortunate. They got caught out and stranded in the autocross, and their car was in the centre, and unfortunately unable to finish the endurance. But a beautifully turned out vehicle, well built. and really encouraging to see Tasmania back in the mix. Now Victoria did have the fastest IC finish and the only one for a while with the endurance, but there was a lot of off tracks by the driver. The driver was pulled in with a black flag, so a lot of penalties likely to be applied to the Victorian time. UQ almost made it to the end. They had a really difficult weekend. They never gave up. They kept on pushing. Their battery capacity was massively reduced going into endurance, and they nearly got there. One more lap was what needed, but unfortunately it was not to be. And Waikato, as we've just seen, only the second IC car out of the 5 that were going through tech inspection, but they were the second to finish, and with the penalties applied to Victoria, likely to have taken that event, with a single cylinder likely to have taken the efficiency as well, and overall, most likely, will win the IC class. UWA, unfortunately, great to see them here. They did start, but unable to complete a lap, and going off almost in the first corner. So hopefully we'll see them back. They definitely showed that they've got some speed. Now they've got the slogan on the back of their wings which says, "We're back, baby," and I think they are. So a fantastic event so far, and a big congratulations to all of the organisers, and a big thanks to all of the organisers and volunteers for their tireless efforts over this weekend. And thank you for Blendline TV for being a great supporter of this and being able to televise this to all of the people that are following this and the family and friends at home. An absolutely fantastic organisation to work with.
Soon head over to Tech, but Redback, University of New South Wales, Sydney, are currently fitting wet tyres, and they said the car's ready, we're coming out. So.
Well, we do have an update. Apparently the University of New South Wales Redback Racing are heading to Tech for their final checks. They said they're ready to go. Oh, sorry, they've passed Tech. They've got wet weather tyres on. They're ready to come out. They don't think this comp is finished. And the RMIT car, combustion car, has fired up. Now that will be interesting because they have something to prove. Their car has not competed in any of the dynamic events. They were one of the really strong contenders for IC coming into this. They had a great 2019 campaign. The RMIT University were looking to travel to the internationally to the UK when COVID hit in 2020. Unfortunately, ECU and Monash and RMIT were looking to do international campaigns before the pandemic. They are a strong contender and have done well in the past, and their car has just started, so we still have surprises coming. But for now, we will go to a package from the supporters of this competition.
So I am an employee at Ford, and Ford is a sponsor of the Formula SAE competition. So I myself have been coming down here for a few years. We often get Ford employees down here volunteering, getting involved in the competition and meeting all the students. Formula SAE is an excellent stepping stone for future engineers. For a start, you get out here into the engineering community. All the students who are here will have seen just how many different engineers are working and volunteering here. It's a great place to be, so you learn a lot, you meet a lot of people. And when you go into the workplace, you realise very quickly that what you've learnt in this competition is invaluable. And even if you're not working on cars specifically, what you're doing is you're solving problems, and that's what Formula SAE teaches students to do. I studied engineering and I was a student in the Formula SAE competition back in the day. I looked after the suspension and vehicle dynamics on my team, and when I graduated I got a graduate job at Ford, and actually I went into the vehicle dynamics department at Ford. And I spent the last 5 years actually working on the car that you see behind me. So I was specifically working on the Everest, and I was doing ride and handling, so all this sort of suspension tuning and looking after the comfort of the vehicle, looking after the sort of the characteristics of when you're driving it, and the sort of sporty feeling that you get when you drive the car. There are lots of benefits for us Ford engineers coming down here and helping out with the competition. We get to talk to the students, we get to share ideas, talk cars. It's a really fantastic environment. And I personally get to brush up on a lot of my engineering skills that I don't practice all the time in my day-to-day work at Ford. So it's a learning experience for me as well, and I really, really enjoy it.
Formula SAE is a good fit with Henkel because we like to work with the engineers of today. They're going to be the engineers of tomorrow. So we make sure that our brand, they're aware of our brand, they're aware of our technology, they understand how our products work, and then when they go out into industry, we partner with them again, and we can also find them other solutions in other parts of the industry. So Henkel's involvement here is that we actually support a few of the teams, Swinburne and Monash. We've also got another team in WA. We're looking to sponsor a team in New Zealand. We support them technically, we provide training, but we also provide product as well, so that these guys can get their cars operating at the top level. Yep. So Henkel Australia is one of the largest producers of adhesive technologies in the world. Everything from cyanoacrylates to silicons to modified silones to structural bonders, both flexible and rigid. So we have a whole range of products that can do a lot of different things for vehicles.
Okay, so Leap Australia distributes engineering software. So we're the reseller for ANSYS in Australia and New Zealand. So ANSYS can do computational fluid dynamics, structural analysis with FEA. We can also do electromagnetic simulation, and we can also do a four-car simulation, so something like an autonomous vehicle. So we also do CAD software, so that's with PTC Creo and also Onshape. So a lot of the teams in Formula SAE, or a lot of the universities, have our software. So a majority of the teams have used our software to do their CFD simulations, so looking at airflow over the cars, and quite a large majority have used them to analyse structural components, as well as teams using carbon composite monocoques. They're using our software to analyse the stresses in those structures. So a lot of the Formula SAE teams, like I said, use our software, and quite a number of our employees have been Formula SAE team members. So it helps us to get a better understanding of what is needed, because it's always changing with the cars sort of developing in technology from where they were. At least when I sort of saw SAE about 20 years ago, it's sort of come quite a long way. And it's just really introducing the students to the techniques that are used with our software a lot earlier on than they would see it in their the normal course of their degree.
So SAE Electric is a global company that is in the electrification industry of transport vehicles, from 4.5 tonne trucks up to 22.5 tonne trucks. And we've got a global presence all around the world, with engineering headquarters in Iowa, USA, and also in Melbourne, Australia. SAE Electric is involved with Formula SAE because we find that a lot of students gravitate towards an engineering industry that is likewise to the competition with regards to the EV vehicles that are built by students. So a lot of the skills that students may learn at FSAE competitions are problem solving, thought process and development, good engineering discipline and solutions to practical problems. And we like to find students that can have those abilities. Also, students have a deeper understanding of electric vehicles and vehicle systems, which is something that SAE Electric is always looking for. I personally love about FSAE is the culture, the camaraderie, the competitive spirit between teams, and this is something that SEA love to see as well within their company.
I'm just hanging around and
Alrighty, welcome back here to Winton Motor Raceway at Formula SAE 2022, and a site that's been welcomed by many. We have a car lining up for the endurance event. It is the University of New South Wales Sydney Redback Racing with their electric car, lining up for what will be their first dynamic event of the weekend. So this is extremely exciting. There's still a little bit of time left in this event, so we can get these guys out there on track, and I'm sure there's going to be a very large amount of spectators watching this happen. I've also been informed that the RMIT combustion car is on its way to the fuel station, so it's just going to get fueled up. And then with any luck, we may actually have 2 cars out here on the track very soon. The beauty we do have of the endurance event here this afternoon is we do afford quite a decent amount of time to teams to get a chance to get to the start line and get their run in. It's obviously a huge weekend for all these teams, and sometimes it does take the larger part of the weekend for teams to rectify what's needed to pass through the technical inspections. And it appears that the University of New South Wales have managed to do that and get their car ready to get out on track now. So we'll all wait with bated breath to see if this car can get underway, and if it does, what kind of performance they have in store. They do appear to be running slick tyres on that car at the moment. The track is still a bit damp, but the rain has stopped for now, so we'll have to wait and see how much it takes them to get up to speed. And with a little bit of time, a little bit of temperature, they might be able to get that car going around fairly well. I'm informed that the issue was they had some wet tyres available but couldn't get the rims to seal. So sometimes in motorsport, these sort of things force your hand, and hopefully they can go right out there on these slick tyres.
Yes, I think some of the boys at ECU had run into them and trying to do the tyre changing as well. We had similar issues. One set of wheels just wouldn't keep the wheels beaded on, and all of these little practical things are part of what team members learn in these competitions, is that it's not just about having good designs and good theoretical approaches, but being able to put it into practice. And you may have a fantastic car with a great powertrain and fantastic aero, but you can be undone by one bolt that isn't positively fastened.
Yeah, and sometimes it is those small things that fall by the wayside when you're furiously trying to pass through the technical inspections, getting the car ready to go, and then once it comes to the event, you find things like rims not sealing, and sometimes these things can actually cause you a bit of a delay that stops you getting out on track. But thankfully, these guys have got it all under control for the moment, and look like they're about to head out. So we'll wait with bated breath, and hopefully we'll be joined by the RMIT combustion car in the near future as well.
Well, I'm fairly sure our team's responsible for about 50% of the sales of tyre slime in Western Australia, which is an amazing product. Actually, we probably should contact them for sponsorship, given how much we use.
Yeah, sometimes there's these little industry trade secrets that teams stick by that can be the secret to success. Yeah, the car is going through the last few little technical checks before it leaves for the track, so just making sure that driver is clear of the roll hoop. And I believe those students are now pushing it out to the grid now.
And this Redback racing team, the UNSW have been involved in this competition from the very beginning and have had some really interesting cars over the years. They were innovators with some folded aluminium honeycomb chassis earlier on in their years, but they've tried a lot of things, and I remember at the very early years, they were very, very fast. They were faster than just about everybody else out there, and did suffer from regular reliability issues at the time, but it's been a long history for this team.
Yeah, I believe this is also the first electric car for the University of New South Wales Sydney team. So like a few teams have in the recent past, made the move to the electric powertrain. And again, it's an achievement in itself to get a new electric car through all the technical inspections required here at the event and get out on track. So they've already had a very successful weekend by any means, and anything that happens after that, once they get out on track here, will just be a bonus.
Of course, this is very different than most forms of motorsport. You can't go out and buy a car and then prepare it and compete it. You've got to design these from scratch, and all the cars are very different. And some teams have real skills in different areas and knowledge transfer, and it's to be expected, these sorts of issues are getting out on track. And believe me, you want these students experiencing it here, because these are the exact same people that are designing the cars of the future, whether that's in motorsport or in general automotive industry.
Yeah, exactly. And this is actually often quite a popular event for industry representatives to pop by and headhunt for future talent. In fact, I saw a few of my colleagues from one of the local V8 supercar teams walking around the pit lane this morning, looking for some potential graduate students to join their team. So it's always good to see people of that level walking around the pit lane, Formula SAE alumni themselves. So they know what it takes to be successful in this category and the calibre of the students that come out of it. So they're definitely not alone in that regard, and there's been plenty of companies, and some of our series sponsors are here this weekend trying to headhunt for some of the most talented engineers and other degree students here in the country.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had some of our own alumni come back. They're from in supercars, and some have gone off into NASCAR and Formula One and all sorts of areas. So we do see people going into motorsport from this, but definitely see them filter in all the other industries as well. I notice in Western Australia, and it'll probably be pretty similar in Queensland, that there's been a real move to automation and electrification of mine sites in particular, and resources sector is certainly one of the really strong industries in Australia, and a lot of these engineers end up doing great work in those fields.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, my previous job in between leaving university and where I am now was actually in that sector, and that's definitely a growing industry and a great stepping stone from Formula SAE. I find the sort of projects you get involved with in that space, actually, especially if you've been used to working with electric vehicles, bear quite a lot of similarities in terms of the skills required and some of the equipment and companies and technology you work with. So a slow start, it's moved, and the University of Sydney is underway.
That's the University of
New
New
South
South
Wales,
Wales.
Sydney. There's the University of New South Wales Canberra here as well this weekend. So
Oh, really?
yeah, that's the ADFA team, so just trying to denote the correct university name there. But they've got around the first corner. Looks like it might have had a slight issue there, but as I said before, regardless, getting this car to the start line and getting out there I think is an amazing achievement. So yeah, if you can get this thing going, that'll be amazing, but still deserve a huge congratulations to this team.
Yeah, and you do see some of the sponsors of this team in the stickers there. You see some that are sponsors of a lot of teams like Carlspan and certainly Leap Australia, who are suppliers of fantastic software like ANSYS and CFX, where a lot of teams do their analysis with. And you just get an idea of just how much support each of these teams have from industry, whether it's local, national or international companies. And they won't mind so much that the teams are not getting the perfect finish, because they're not investing in these teams based on a race win or how well the teams do in the end. It's really about the experience that's gained for their future engineers.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And one of my favourite sayings is often you learn more from failure than you do from success. If something goes the way you expected it to, you don't learn much. But if something doesn't go the way you expect, sometimes you figure out what went wrong and you gain some new knowledge from that. And definitely that's something that all teams in FSA deal with from time to time, and yeah, really, it's the learning process and the experience of the competition that employers are looking for, not necessarily just being on a winning team.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that idea that you learn more from failure. I just wish I hadn't learned so much in the last few years.
Yes, I can agree with you on that one there, Kev. But that's the way it goes sometimes, and hopefully these guys can get this car going here. I did hear the RTD siren not too long ago, so hopefully that means the car's back in a ready-to-drive state, which is another one of the safety features of the electric vehicles, an audible siren to tell you the car is on and ready to drive. But as is standing right now, the car not moving.
Well, I think UNSW in designing this, given it's their first electric car, they've been quite wise in keeping a fairly simple structure and approach to the car. They've really gone over the top with aerodynamic devices and really focused on trying to get that powertrain together. I think they've been pretty wise with their overall concept. So hopefully it's something that they can really develop from here on in.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. They've had some interesting sort of technical features on their cars over the years. I know they were champions of the sort of flexible couplings on their rear axles for quite a period, which is a unique sort of feature not seen on many other cars. I haven't had a close enough look at this car this year to see if that's still something they're running, but definitely a sign that some of the engineers from that team are capable of thinking outside the box. And yeah, not looking good here at the moment. Obviously no other cars on track at this point, so a little bit less pressure to get the car up and running, but there is still rules in regards to how long you do have, so that time might be running out.
And we do see RMIT combustion being pushed down from the fuel up the pit lane. So hopefully they'll get a run. It has been a very disappointing weekend for them. I know how upset they are, but unbelievably, if they do a really good and fast endurance time, they could still be in the running to pick up a place for the combustion class.
Yep, a nervous thumbs up there from Rory, their faculty advisor. So the car is heading this way, and we'll see what happens once they get out to the grid. They've made it this far plenty of times this weekend to the grid and not made it any further. So we'll see what happens, and fingers crossed for them.
Well, Rory has specifically asked not for us to not give him any hope. He doesn't want to feel any hope right now because it is pretty disappointing to have those dashed. And this is really a roller coaster of emotions, this event. So they've certainly felt it. And I know the cheer went up when they got their car started. And it's not what they had planned for. And certainly this is not what UNSW had planned for. This is really disappointing for them.
Yeah, that car being pushed away off the track now, so that won't be able to continue the endurance event. But I think a round of applause definitely for that team making it through the all the scrutineering and actually getting that car out and driving in the dynamic event. So well done.
Now this is a really interesting opportunity for RMIT. I'm not sure whether they get a penalty for their running time because I don't think they're running out of order. They didn't complete an order.
Yeah, I don't believe they are. So I think they're free to line up whenever they see fit. Obviously the track conditions right now not as suitable as they were earlier today, but there was some rain in the middle that affected the Waikato time. So running the wet tyres, the groove tyres on the car at the moment, although the track doesn't look far away from being ready for slicks, to be honest. But at this point in the weekend, I'm not sure they're really too concerned about what tyres are on the car. I think if that car fires into life, that'll be, more than enough for them.
Well, they've have run fast in practice. And so it's interesting, without the 2-minute penalty, and they've got a single-cylinder engine, if they can run really fast, certainly they can win endurance. And if they run fast enough, they may be able to bump the scores from Waikato and Victoria down far enough that they might leap them in the standings. I had a good look at the points analysis that our team had put together of where we are. And at this stage, we see that whoever's won the endurance from IC at the moment between Waikato and Victoria should have won the comp overall.
Yeah.
But we're still obviously to see what that will be. But RMIT is the only team that could really upset that. But in order for them to upset that and get up there, they would really need to beat them by a large margin.
Yeah, obviously quite reasonable scores in some of the static events for that car, but obviously they haven't got any points on the board in any of the dynamics so far, which the Victoria University team has got points on the board in both events yesterday, in the acceleration and the skid pad. And I believe the Waikato car also got a run on the board in the skid pad as well. So
yeah, well, while they did get a run on the boards, it's an odd thing that ECU has really helped RMIT here because ECU had such a big advantage
in the skid pad event,
and they won the acceleration event as well. Some of those teams, even though they did post a score, they didn't get many points.
Yeah, because of the time difference. So this is definitely something that comes into play quite often in these competitions, and yeah, it could yet see the final score settled later today.
Yeah, so RMIT have been helped in the scoring there. If it wasn't a dominant performance in those events by ECU, they would be out of contention. But because some of those teams did not get the points they would have really liked, and certainly Victoria University missing the autocross, RMIT are actually in with a shot. And this is really quite unbelievable that a car that hasn't completed an acceleration, hasn't completed a skid pad, hasn't completed autocross, if they can run fast enough here, they could still take this overall, and that just shows how many points are available in fuel and the endurance event.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, pushing this car out here now. Yep, as I said before, running the wet tyres on this car. I believe they are still, the same compound as the slicks, so no reason to believe the tyres should overheat unnecessarily if the track does dry out, and they should still provide a reasonable level of grip. And with the performance we expect this car should be capable of, with or without the weather on their side, I think this car should be capable of putting in some good times.
Yeah, the times from Waikato and Victoria were not what they would have hoped for. I know Waikato was caught in gears. They were very happy to finish there and probably did catapult them into the first place in IC. And Victoria were massively happy that they finished their endurance, but they weren't the sort of times that we've seen from IC cars. And the last time RMIT competed in IC, they were incredibly competitive in 2019. They were putting down some of the fastest lap times out there. So we haven't not seen the end of this competition. At this stage, though, RMIT won't be thinking about their times. They will be thinking about whether this thing starts. And then they won't be thinking so much about the times. They'll be counting down. They need to be counting down from the number 18. 18 laps to finish endurance.
Now, I was down at that garage earlier, and the car did start multiple times on the stand. They believe they may have found the issue with the combustion. There was some rubbish in one of their fuel injectors, which, as being a single cylinder, would have been the only injector. So if one of them isn't working and you've only got one, that's not doesn't bode well for great combustion. So they think they may have fixed the problem. If that is what has been holding them up, then possibly we might be in for a better chance here.
Well, in 2019, ECU was running on 3 cylinders. And certainly that's a lot more than 1. It's not as many as 4, which is what it should have been using.
Some chanting from the crowd as well.
And look, regardless of where people finish, I know that Waikato or Victoria or ECU or Sydney want to finish as high up as they can in the combustion class. There's not a single student here that wouldn't want to see RMIT start this and finish this endurance.
Haven't heard it try to crank yet.
There's certainly enough silence around here to hear anything.
See some lights on the dash. Keen eyes looking on from the pit lane.
And that's just from Monash.
I think I can hear it cranking there.
And it started! And the cheer goes up in the crowd.
Alrighty now, let's see if he can get it into gear and get it off the line.
So we have one more car to view in this event, one more story to be told. I think if you are in your garages, we all need to be out on the pit walls here, keeping your heads well and truly inside, because as this guy goes around, he's going to be hunting down that win in the ISC endurance event. We want to cheer every single one of these laps and tell RMIT just how much we want them to succeed here.
Alrighty, it started. Will it move? Driver talking to the marshal at the release of the event. Got the thumbs up and the nod. Pit wall lined with fans. Car still purring away happily on the start line. Oh, it's conked out.
It did start reasonably well that time before, so hopefully it'll get restarted.
I think it did start one time when they lined up for the acceleration event, and then they had an issue once they selected a gear, so possibly a similar thing happening here.
Yeah, that could be. There are issues with these engines. The clutches do tend to drag a little bit. If they drag a bit too much, then you can end up stalling it pretty easily when you change it into gear. And the unfortunate thing is, if he has selected a gear, he's now got to try and start this with the engine in gear instead of starting from neutral, which is a little bit harder to do. The driver's looking fairly upset there. And
it's
we're
fired.
started.
If he's in gear, this could be a good sign. Shaking his head. Trying to select a gear, perhaps. The entire pit lane basically is out on the wall watching this, so there's no shortage of goodwill.
Oh, it looks like it's in gear.
It's away! Unbelievable. I don't think I've ever felt tension like that at a Formula SAE event. And
That's
that is
incredible.
possibly the story of the weekend. Oh, lost for words.
And look at it go.
Unbelievable. 100, 200 hearts in the crowd, sinking and then rising again in unison. Unbelievable.
And we have 9 laps, and then we have to hope it's going to start again.
Oh, I think if it gets 1 lap in, that's an achievement in itself. I think that's possibly the most tension I've ever felt at one of these competitions before, and possibly one of the biggest cheers I've ever heard when it's pulled away as well. So that's really what these competitions are all about: the hardship that teams go through, and the joy you feel at the end once you do get through the other side. So I was starting to think we wouldn't have seen that happen, but
oh, that's incredible. I'm so glad for them to get that up and running, and we see the wing. It's RMIT Racing from 1999 to 2022.
yeah, that's very, very appropriate, and very, very glad for that team, considering the history of that team and what they've achieved in this event and events around the world over their time of existence, that they got this thing off the ground in their last event, and what a car they've built. So really glad for them to get that fired up, and I guess we'll now wait and see what he can deliver.
I always enjoyed getting to talk to the RMIT students, and they were close competitors to them when I was a student, and actually tomorrow heading off to see the manufacturing workshop of one of their ex-team members
And that's a lap in the board. Well done.
who now makes really advanced titanium bikes.
And that's our first lap on the board for RMIT, 1:35.5. Obviously, I think the first time he pulled that gear, the car did lurch over the starting line and possibly cost a little bit of a few seconds on the start. But in the grand scheme of things, if they can get this thing through the event, that won't make much of a difference. Yeah. And we'll see what time he can do now on the second flying lap.
Absolutely. The driver's actually looking like they're really getting into it now. I think they can get this time down. They really want to show what this car can do.
Yeah, the track is drying out a little bit, still damp in some places, and the car running the groove tyres at the minute, so should have no issues with grip, but obviously won't have quite the peak grip that you would get out of a slick tyre once the track does fully dry out.
Yeah, a long history from RMIT. Some amazing students have come from this program. 1999 to 2022. Absolutely incredible. Well, I think the first competition in Australia was held in the year 2000, and RMIT were a part of that. And around about 2004 is when they really started to hit their stride. I think their 2003 car was really impressive, and then for a while they were the best team in the world.
They really were one of the teams that started the trend towards the single-cylinder motors as well. They really took a hold of that in the mid 2000s and made that a popular choice, and showed that you could actually create a fast car and win events with that engine. And they've just come across now with a 1:30.2 on the second lap. So that's the 11th fastest lap we've seen so far today. And considering the conditions, I think that's quite a good job. Some fist pumping from the RMIT driver there, possibly some members of theirs out in the flag point.
Yeah, they really did. All of the cars in IC can really owe a lot to what RMIT did in the early days. They were pioneers of a good, reliable use of the single cylinder, and actually pioneers of starting to analyse these cars and designing them around point simulations. So they were one of the first teams to really do that. Instead of just building the fastest possible car they could, they maximised the points that they were getting in other events that teams had been ignoring. Events like business and cost and fuel efficiency,
Yeah.
which weren't seen as the events that teams wanted to win, and they certainly beat a lot of teams that failed to pay proper attention to those events. And really teams and the dominance of teams in Australia like Monash has really got a lot to owe to the approach that RMIT took, and it's great to see them back as a great functioning team once again.
Yeah, for sure, exactly. They and in that period in the world, the European sort of Formula events hadn't really taken off at that point too much yet, and the American events were really the benchmark. And when the Australian event first sort of came onto the scene in the early 2000s, we showed pretty quickly with a range of teams such as Wollongong, RMIT, University of Western Australia, as you mentioned, really came out and showed the world that the engineers that Australia produce are up there with anyone across the globe.
And that's a 1:30 flat for RMIT there on that lap. Doing very well. There's more fist pumping from the driver. I think he can see just how much the crowd is behind him. Really enjoying this moment. These are incredibly fun cars to drive. It's sort of a hidden secret in motorsport, really, that these little cars with the tight, twisty tracks are incredibly fun to drive. They're very challenging, a lot of change of directions, and I'd be enjoying it massively out there right now.
Also incredibly hard work as well. Obviously, they're not a heavy car, but the G-forces you can pull and the nature of the tracks, especially here in Australia with the constant left-right sort of layout that we see, it puts a real toll on your body, not only in your neck muscles from holding your head up, but sort of your arms from actually putting in the steering load required to keep the car on the limit through all those corners, especially over a full endurance stint.
Yeah, these cars, even though they are quite light, it's quite easy to make steering geometry that is quite heavy. If you're running a little bit too much scrub radius or mechanical trail, the cars can be quite difficult to drive, and you are free to do just about anything you want with these cars, but I've certainly felt cars with certain settings almost undrivable because of how heavy the steering was.
Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes with the newer teams, that can tend to be an area of the car that gets a little bit less focus on, and unfortunately, it's actually one of the areas that is most sensitive to lap time and consistent lap time. So, having judged some of the driver interface category in the design event this year, I got to sample sort of the cockpits of a few different cars, and definitely some of the ones that we've seen out here this weekend putting in the fastest lap times were definitely the ones I found that had the most comfortable ergonomics and well thought out steering wheels and systems that had a good feel and a light amount of steering load. So definitely not something to not something to
underestimate.
Yeah, underestimate. That's the word I'm looking for. Been a long day.
It certainly has. Yeah, I would say that given the amount of steering that you do in these cars, the steering system in terms of suspension, I would put it as the most important part of the suspension for a Formula SAE car. I mean, practically, if you're looking at your damping and your springing on these cars, you can almost lock them out or run them quite stiff, and the cars will perform fairly close to when the dampers and springs are set up very well. But you do not get good performance without a well-working steering system. And that would be from the caster angles, your trails, mechanical trail and scrub radius, right up to your steering ratio and the ergonomics, as you've mentioned.
And this car definitely the car was one of the cars I had the privilege of sitting in, and they definitely had done a good job on that front. So the driver here clearly showing that the car is capable of putting down those times that I suspected it might be. And hopefully that means the driver will be able to keep that fatigue at a minimum and then keep his times consistently coming in for the rest of the stint.
Well, he's bringing the times fairly consistently. That was another 1:30.17. I think they'll be under the 1:30 mark fairly soon. The car just looks like it's bedding down, getting some good times as the driver's learning the track and the tyres are heating up.
Yeah, exactly. I think he'll be also keeping it a little bit under wraps, not wanting to push too hard and risk the car. It's just such a great achievement to get this car out here at all in this event. So he'll be wanting to make sure he gets it as far as the driver change at least, heading it over to his partner and seeing what happens from there.
Well, we remember that the University of Waikato, they were not doing these times, and neither was Victoria, so they're considerably faster. At the moment, I would say probably on average about 10 seconds a lap faster. So this is putting them in a really good spot if they can finish the endurance to have a really good result here. They're not, of course, in the IC, they're not competing against the electric vehicles, and I wonder in the future whether we'll see, like we see in Formula Student in the UK, EVs competing against ICs and how that parity would be done. Obviously the EVs have a huge power advantage, being limited to 80 kilowatts, and they tend to have a much better acceleration run and a better autocross run. The ICs tend to be lighter, so can match in skid pad, although struggle against torque vectoring. And that one there was a 1:28.37, so the best lap so far by RMIT. So there are a few natural advantages for the electric vehicle in terms of performance there, and probably have the edge over the IC, and certainly in efficiency as well. But they cost a lot more. So a typical competitive cost event car for an IC is an order of magnitude cheaper than an EV car. So finding a parity if the teams were to compete against each other would be a very difficult thing. And whether you'd even want there to be a parity would be an interesting question.
Yeah, for sure. When the electric vehicles first started off here in Australia in the early years in sort of 14, 15, 16, when I was first getting involved in the category, yeah, there was not enough EVs to warrant their own category, so they did actually compete with the IC vehicles for a couple of years. I don't remember exactly how the competition was dealt with the parity in events like the cost and the efficiency, but it's possible we might see that happen again in the future if the number of the internal combustion cars at this comp continues to get lower and lower.
Yeah, and I certainly wouldn't like to see that the cost event is completely ignored in terms of the build of the cost, and that's something that is floated occasionally. And that really encourages students then not to focus on building cost-effective design solutions, which I guess in times of rapid inflation and so on, we see that engineers can really benefit by focusing on cost in areas. And that time there was a 1:28.9, so consistently very fast. At this sort of pace, if they can finish the endurance, they well and truly take the IC endurance and will be a very close competition for the overall. It's really quite unbelievable that it's coming to this. So definitely if we look at the comparative cost in real dollars terms between the IC and the EV, really the most expensive component on an IC car is the engine, and you can pick them up for really just a couple of $1,000s. They're generally used from a motorcycle, and really shows recycling, really reuse of components that were otherwise unused. They're usually from a wrecked motorcycle. So in that way, quite environmentally friendly. They don't tend to use a lot of fuel. So it's not a bad solution for this, and I tend to find most of the wastage on these cars in the tyres, not the fuel. So in this event, these tyres will be pretty much toast by the end of this run, and not much good for anything but testing. But the car will have only used about 3 litres of fuel, if that, maybe even 2 litres of fuel.
Especially the single-cylinder engines like we're seeing in this car here. I've just been asked to make an announcement that the queue for the endurance event does close at 4:30, which is in approximately 3 minutes. So unfortunately, I don't believe we're going to be seeing any other cars making into that queue, but just in case there was someone in the garage thinking they had a chance to get out, then yeah, it's about 3 minutes left until that queue closes. So.
Oh, we're about to have a really tense moment here. That last lap was the 8th lap for RMIT with a 1:29.0. If they can get back out with this engine restarted and do laps like this till the end, they are 100% guaranteed, I believe, to
win the endurance.
endurance. And that 100% guarantee is not certifiable, so it could be closer to 95%. But the tense moment will be, will this car restart? So it's coming in for its last lap before the driver change. So we definitely want to see people up watching this. This is a really well-built car and a fantastic team, and they really deserve to have their vehicle run. Nobody wants to take competition places because their competitors don't run. We always want to try and beat each other on track rather than in the failure to get out there. So
exactly,
we do want to cheer them on and encourage them.
Yeah, to be the best, you've got to beat the best. So everyone wants to see the best competitors out there doing what the cars are capable of, and that way, if you do get a good result at the end of the weekend, you know you've earned it. So, yeah, coming into the end of the last lap of this first driver stint here, so going to be some tense moments here for the RMIT combustion crew. But with this car having been out there running around for so long, hopefully it's had a chance to try and get through some fuel through that system if that did turn out to be the issue. And hopefully, if it's also related to the battery, a bit of charge in that battery might not hurt as well. So hopefully they have a good chance of restarting this car here, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Well, there was some... Oh, it looks like they've gone off the track and had a bit of an incident there.
on the turn around from coming off, coming in for the driver change.
This story does not seem to be going quite their way right now. It's knocked a part of the bodywork off, and that won't be too much of a problem if they can get it back and started. But
looking by one of our informants on the fence there, giving the signal that maybe the car isn't looking in great shape, but that might be it for RMIT, but we'll have to wait and see.
Well, look, it's a real shame that this is happening, and we see on the side of the car the thank you Rory. Rory's their faculty advisor and an amazing person, and a real huge supporter of what goes on in RMIT, and I know how much he'll be devastated over this, as will they all. It's really heartbreaking, but the car was going around. It did a 128.3, and in these really cold conditions after the track has rained, that's a really impressive lap time. And I think what we're seeing here is that RMIT, they had built a vehicle that was a true competitor, a true chance at taking this out, and the weekend has just not gone their way.
We'll see what happens. I think if the marshals clear whatever might be stuck under the wheel, and if he can get the car restarted, he might still have a chance of coming into the driver swap. Possibly that wing might be damaged, so we'll have to see what comes of that. But just have to wait and see if he can get this car fired. They might still be in with a chance of rescuing this.
Yeah, that end plate has been knocked off, and those end plates.
The car is fired into life. Should still be in gear, so if you can get this back into the pits, they might be able to run. The scrutineers will have to deem that the car is still safe, but he hasn't received outside assistance to restart the car, so I think they might still be in this.
Now, I think that time at the moment, because they did stop the start-finish line, it will be coming out of their driver change, but they do have a little bit of time to do that, so it lost some time there.
Yeah, so it's really just going to depend on whether the scrutineers deem this car to be safe to go back out. If that wing's broken clean off and the rest of it's still structurally attached to the chassis, they might be okay. We'll just have to wait and see.
I don't think they are permitted to repair it, but I wonder if they leave that end plate off, whether they'd be allowed to run. We have seen in the past that cars have been damaged, the aero has been damaged, and still able to continue to run if they're not dragging components on the ground.
Yeah.
So this doesn't look like it won't be a danger to anyone else out there, but they will be carefully making sure that it is in a safe condition to run.
Yes, we do have Graham Palmer's down there, one of our chief mechanical scrutineers, who's been a part of the event for quite a long time and really essential to making this event happen and getting all the cars through the technical inspection. So I think he'll have a look at this vehicle, and if he deems it to be safe, and looking just down here now, it looks like possibly the wing has snapped clean off, and yeah, we'll have to wait and see what they deem, but possibly that may be allowed to go back out. The team members involved in the driver change are only allowed to make adjustments to the car relating to the driver change itself. So we'll just have to wait and see what they deem here.
Yeah, and that front wing, it's not just the end plate. It looks like the whole right-hand side of the wing has front wing has been ripped off. So that will affect the aerodynamics quite severely, make it quite challenging and probably turn better in one side than another. So this event is certainly full of surprises for RMIT Racing. This has it just keeps on delivering for them. And that is a real truth of these events, is that if you run them long enough and you're in teams for long enough, you will have these sorts of moments. They do come. And they come all too regularly. And even the very best of teams do not have it go their way. So I think we've got everyone wondering exactly whether this car is going to be out or not, and we're still waiting to see whether it will restart if they get going. But the second driver is in. It looks like they're clearing it to run, it appears.
Yeah, so just been outside. The word I've been given is as per the rules, if the drivers themselves and the crew with the driver trains there can clear it by hand without the use of tools, which they appear to have done, and the car is deemed to be safe, and they've got rid of the sort of the supporting wires that were kind of hanging loose there for that wing, they might be allowed to go back out on the track. We'll just have to wait and see what they say.
Checking that it was only hands that were used. Marvellous tool we were gifted with, hands. As literally hands-on racing there, as the drivers raising their hands, checking those arm restraints. Got to protect your hands, of course. And there's some handy advice for you.
So we've just got a few announcements here. So we've got, obviously, following the endurance event itself, which the track closes at 5 p.m. At 5:30 we have the team photo. So all the teams are asked to bring the cars, if they can, out to the back of the pit lane. Behind the garages up near the control tower, we're going to get everyone to line up. We'll get all the team members involved as well, and we're going to get a one big group photo of all the cars that are presented here this weekend. And that will be happening at 5:30. And then at 5:45, the autonomous vehicle static display is taking place, and I believe that will be over on the grass in front of the admin building. So that'll be at 5:45, and then the award ceremony following at 6:15 p.m, kicking off.
Well, the driver has been checked that they are inside the safety structure.
And the fact they did get that car refired after he did hit that wall means there's possibly a good sign that he can get this kicked back into life and get back out here for the second half of the event.
We'll get to see on the video just the full nature of the damage that has been done. So you see the whole right-hand side of that front wing is now missing. I'm fairly sure they wouldn't have done a CFD simulation for this case.
Yeah, might have some interesting handling characteristics one way, turning one way versus the other, but at this point, I think if they can just keep that car within 10% of what it can do with the full front wing, they could probably still win this event.
Well, I'm not sure how much of that time that was lost there is going to be added on to their endurance time. So there's just surprise after surprise in this event.
Yeah, for sure. They have an allotted amount of time for the driver change. I believe it's 3 minutes, but I could be wrong on that. And anything that it takes over the top of that time is added onto their event finishing time itself. So yeah, possibly the time spent on those repairs may have cost them a little bit of time, but I think at this point, just getting to the end of this event and finishing would be a great achievement in itself.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see if this will restart. There is some sign of cranking. Wasn't sounding as healthy as the crank before. Silence once again from people watching.
It did take a while to get it going the first time, as we remember, so we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
We're not waiting to see something, we're all waiting to hear something.
Yeah.
Willing that single cylinder KTM 690 to turn over.
Again, as you said, this is all probably time chewing into their event time as well with the driver change. Oh,
but
it has
we are
fired into
started.
life. All right, can he get it into gear? Got the revs built up. It's in gear, and it is moving. Unbelievable.
Well,
massive cheers from the RMIT team outside the commentary box here, and that is really great to see.
well, the really interesting thing here about that extra time is Waikato looked like they put the time to beat, but they would have had a 2-minute penalty because they did run out of order, whereas RMIT aren't running out of order. They didn't complete an autocross run, so they were able to complete this at any stage. So they were stationary for a big chunk of time, but penalties are really going to come into play here. But that is not looking anywhere near as quick at the moment as the previous driver. Doesn't look like that front wing damage is really affecting them too much.
Yeah, at this speed I don't think it'll be much of an issue, but if you can get that, get settled in on this stint and make sure the car's all mechanically okay, I think maybe he'll pick up the pace a little bit as time goes on. Track basically almost dry now, so that will be causing him no issues, but still running on that grooved wet weather tyre, but I think at this point the just finishing this event and getting those points on the board will be quite critical to deciding the final outcome of the internal combustion class.
Yes, and what they really did need to do, missing all those events, was actually beat them by quite a bit, and I think that's probably cost them that. But so there's only been 2 other IC cars that have completed endurance, so if they complete this, they're guaranteed of a podium and guaranteed of a trophy. And in fact, I think that means that every IC team, which is not odd because it's 5 teams there, is going to go back with some silverware of some description.
Yeah, which is always good.
It really does help to justify your programs to some of the people back at the universities and the supporters to see that you do know what you're doing. And cheers coming up for this first lap of the second driver. We need to see another 8 more of these. Looks like he might be stuck in a higher gear, and that time was a 1:56.36. So actually not a horrible time compared to what we have seen some of the slower times from Waikato and Victoria University. So the driver appears to be adapting to this pretty well and really looking to get this home.
You're not hearing a lot of gear changes, so you might be right about it being stuck in a gear, but we did see that with the Waikato car as well. So we'll see what he can do with this.
Very different to when you were driving a CBR motor and you're caught in a gear. If you were caught in second gear, usually on a CBR 600, you could pretty much do the whole endurance event without any problems. And in fact, UWA in 2005 were stuck in third gear for the endurance, managed to win the endurance and then win the entire event, stuck in one gear. But with the single-cylinder engines, you really do need to use the gears to get the most out of them.
And it really depends on what sort of final drive ratio you run as well. I think some teams definitely opt to run a much shorter final drive ratio and get more of those gears, go through more of the gears all the time. Especially if you can have an effective shifting system on your car, you can keep the engine in the higher sort of torque range for more of the time. But again, if you do run into those problems keeping it stuck in one gear, you do struggle a little bit more than some of the more powerful motors.
Yeah, absolutely. But this driver looks like they're doing this comfortably at the moment. I would hazard a guess that RMIT may have put their quicker driver in first, their more experienced driver in, to at least show everybody here what their car was capable of. That's not to say that this driver's not doing a good job. They're doing what they need, and the arm's going up. I think they want a cheer for that.
A cheer for another lap on the board.
That's another lap.
And that's 12 complete now for RMIT. Unfortunately, didn't get to see the electric counterparts from their university out here this weekend on the dynamic events, but they definitely had quite a well-finished car that we saw in the static events, and hopefully we see them back here next year and up and running as well.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got a lot to offer this university. I'd love to see them back at the very pointy end of the competition.
And as we mentioned earlier, there's going to be, rather than 2 teams from the university next year, they're going to merge together and pool their resources and bring one, I guess, super team perhaps. So we'll see how that comes about next year and what kind of team they can bring to the competition.
I think that's a really wise move. It's there's so much required for an electric car, and I'm assuming it'd be the electric team that would continue. There's so many resources and time required on those that it's really difficult to field a second team, and RMIT I think are the only team here attempting to field a second team at the competition, and it hasn't gone well for them at this event. And you do have to wonder whether all of those talented students, all under one roof, working on the same car, would have had a different result.
Yeah, we've definitely seen it done with other teams in the past by Monash and University of Queensland. Good examples of teams that have run two cars, one in both categories. But in that case, they were definitely the single team running two different cars and sharing a lot of common parts and design philosophies. Whereas the RMIT one is a different story, where they are two actually discrete, separate teams, and then they run their own show. And as you can see, two quite different cars as well. So it's a little bit of a different approach from them, but they have actually fielded both quite successful cars on both sides of the fence for a number of years now. So shame to see the RMIT combustion car on its own cease to exist in the team after this year, but hopefully with all those resources together, they can be a strong competitor from now on.
And that was a 1:44.5 from RMIT. They're doing pretty well out there. Driver's doing a great job. I think the team will be incredibly emotional watching this, and just over the moon that it got started and got running. And I think really successful engineers operate that way, that you're always trying to solve the problems that are in front of you, and sometimes when things start going wrong, you've got to readjust your expectations and start aiming at the next target down. And RMIT have clearly done that. It's far too tempting to just hang your head in your hands and give up, but they haven't done that here, and it's a real credit to them.
Yeah, they've really fought to the end, and as you can see, it's paid off for them out here. With currently 13 laps on the board in the endurance event, so only a few to go, and currently looking like there's no major issues out there at the moment.
I think 5.5 laps remaining from RMIT, and it's 5.5 laps remaining for the 2022 Formula SAE-Australasia competition. It's been a long time since we've been here. We haven't done this since 2019. It's absolutely fantastic to see us all back and competing again. It's great to see faces and friends we haven't seen for a long time, and a lot of the people in this competition, they do hang around as volunteers, and it's always a joy to get together and to socialise. So we're coming into the last few laps of this now. So RMIT have 5 more laps to complete. They'll be counting them down. You only need one hand to do it, unless you've had a horrible workshop incident, in which case you might need to add a second hand in there.
Yeah, no, it has really been a great event this weekend, and once again, as we said earlier, a big thank you to all of the volunteers that have come around, made their own time to make this event happen, and I'm hoping we can get a few more on board in the future and keep this event going from strength to strength.
Absolutely. There's nothing here to talk about in terms of the pace that we're seeing. I mean, the last lap was a 1:42.2. We're not seeing the same pace as the original driver. This isn't running as quickly as what we've seen from Sydney and the Edith Cowan University. They're really out here just to finish this now. They're counting down the laps. You're not even going to need your thumb to count them down once you get past this one. 4.5 laps remaining.
Yeah, it's always good. It's good to see. Great to have a car out there running towards the end of this event as well, and keeps everyone intrigued. And it's definitely been a roller coaster of emotions for this team so far this weekend. It's definitely kept us on the edge of our seat and quite often off it completely. So it's been a hell of a weekend, and I'm sure this team will be going home with some smiles on their faces, and that'll be true of a lot of teams up and down the pit lane from this weekend.
Absolutely, and I'm wondering who's going to be the loudest team cheering them on each lap.
I can see a lot of shirts from the Edith Cowan University there. Obviously, they're direct competitors of RMIT in this class, but as we said earlier, every team willing their competitors and their friends on to finish the event. And as you said, you want to beat the best teams, and I think that everyone on the pit lane is hoping this car gets to the end.
Yeah, 4 more laps to go. There's cheers coming up from the crowds. This is worth watching if you are in the pits. It is running. This is RMIT. They have pushed all weekend to get this car out there. They are 4 laps from the finish. They need a big cheer on every single lap that is completed. This driver is driving it very conservatively, making sure it's going to come home. That last lap was a 1:40.45, but it doesn't matter. It's just the number of laps. Rory is going around. He's excited. He's revving on his team. The arms are going in the air. The pink hat is glorious.
Going strong. We gave him some hope, and it was well versed and came through in the end. So. Yeah, very exciting for these guys.
There's laughs and cheers. There's smiles where there were groans earlier on this weekend. They're a happy group. They're seeing their car go around. Once it completes this lap, there will be another 3 after this. So who is going to be the loudest team cheering on RMIT? I know Monash have got the numbers, but who's got the lungs? Surely you can out-cheer the Goliath that is Monash, despite the numbers.
I can hear some cheers coming past this time. Looks like it might be some from the Wollongong team down there.
You want to see arms in the air, it's cheering, and it's coming past again. 3 more laps at the end of this.
Big cheers, of course, coming from the team itself.
They're
16
waiting
on the board for RMIT.
They're not at the pit walls. I don't know if they're too nervous to get out to the pit walls to cheer it on, or they just want to wait to be able to congratulate the driver if they finish. The car's actually looking quite stable out there. It's a real shame we didn't get to see this earlier on. I think the driver's clearly just trying to bring it home, but the car looks stable and tested well. I think this is a missed opportunity, but they'll go back and they'll be really keen to come back next year and show exactly what RMIT is capable of. And we can see the people out at the pit wall.
Some fist pumping from one of the team members running across the pit lane there very excitably. So it's what this event's all about, really. It's about getting excited, getting behind your team, getting behind the other teams at the event, and showing your emotions and how much it means to the teams from how hard they've worked all year and all the last 2 or 3 years, really. Some of these cars and teams have been formed in the last couple of years and have put in an unbelievable amount of work to get to this point. And this isn't just true of RMIT, of course. This is true of every team up and down the pit lane, true of those that started the dynamic events, true of those that finished them, and true of those that are still in the garage trying to get their cars to a point of passing the technical inspections. Everyone deserves a big pat on the back. Everyone's done an incredible job, and I think I can say that we're pretty impressed by the number of teams that we have seen finish the endurance event this year and the general level of car that has been presented this weekend. So the event's heading really in the right direction next year.
Absolutely, and the cheers were going up from all of the teams there. They're loving seeing this, clapping them on. It's only 2 more laps to go. And we've seen things happen today that we wish we hadn't seen for teams close to the end. So there's nothing. There's no guarantees. The driver's doing absolutely everything it needs to. The car's doing absolutely everything it needs to. It looks like there might be a couple of little bit of drops of rain.
Yeah, as if we needed any more drama late in the game. There are a few drops of rain on the commentary box window, but
they are running the wet weather tyres. It won't worry them.
Yes, I think the wet weather might dampen the track, but it definitely won't dampen the spirits of the RMIT team outside the window here.
Car's not sounding fantastic out there, but it is still going.
I think he did go for a couple of shift attempts on the back straight and maybe decided it wasn't the best idea, so he's left it back in the gear it was in before, and the car's still going along, seemingly quite fine at the moment. So,
well, certainly a nervous moment to try something new out there. But this driver will have spent a fair bit of time in the car. They have done some testing. We can see people lined up. This is the second last lap from. We've got to hear a bigger cheer than we heard last time. We've got to get fists in the air. That driver needs to hear it. It's very hard to hear in a helmet. There we got claps, we've got cheers. Okay, 1 more lap.
Last lap board there for RMIT, 1 to go. This car is battered and bruised. It's missing parts. It's been through the ringer this weekend. It's been through a roller coaster of emotions for this team. But 'tis but a scar, says the driver. Nothing on that car that's going to stop it getting around the last bit of this lap and the last bit of this event. So some nervous faces in the crowd, but
Isaac getting excited, using the word "tis" there, and Old English has come out. We're seeing an emotional commentator, and certainly there's a lot of emotions going in amongst the RMIT people. This is the very last lap. It doesn't get any more nervous than this. They have not stopped working on this car to get it out. I don't know whether there's people that are smiling, there's people that they're wringing their hands. You couldn't make a more or
a better story, really.
It's fantastic.
And it just sums up the event really in one car's storyline, just not giving up and pushing to the end and knowing and trusting in your ability and the team around you that you can get the job done. If we had a video in the commentary box here, I've got the Christian Horner nervous leg shake going on the chair, wheeling this car home, and I think I'm joined by a lot of people in the near surrounds.
Yeah, so this is it. This is your last chance to cheer on RMIT as their final lap. This is the last lap of the Formula SAE Australasian competition in 2022. The last car out on the endurance track, the last car with a chance to finish endurance. And they're making the most of this chance. As it goes past, there's very little space to go. You see people cheering and the checkered flag is being prepared. And there it is, the car is over the line. Well done RMIT, and everyone cheers, not just RMIT, but all of the teams watching on, and what a story.
That is unbelievable.
We thought this event had just petered out and we didn't have anything left to see, but that is an amazing story by RMIT, and it stopped on the exit there.
I don't think that matters, mate. I think it still counts. So,
I think the driver might have been aiming to try and take the left-hand side of the wing out as well, but couldn't quite get it around. But that counts, and that driver will be feeling every emotion possible. What an amazing achievement.
Looks like the driver could be in tears there. Hopefully they're tears of joy and they don't think they've stuffed it at the last thing. I'm pretty sure that that still is a finish to the event. So, yeah, some very, very high emotions from the team here. But, yeah, that really does sum up this event.
The marshal's helping it out there. So obviously that car having just a little bit of problems at the same spot. I don't know whether there's something on the ground there or the car's just not able to do that.
Possibly some steering lock issues, or
that tighter turn.
Also could be difficult to turn the steering wheel when you're busily fist pumping with the other hand. So
yeah, the celebration may be starting a little bit too early and hadn't quite got around. But oh, what a feeling of joy that would be. It really is a recovery drive there from RMIT, and you know what? They are absolutely guaranteed a place in endurance. RMIT are taking home a trophy.
In the dynamic events, no less.
Dynamic events. I think they probably picked up a trophy in the statics, but everyone wants a trophy for the dynamic events, and that's an excellent achievement by RMIT there. Absolutely fantastic achievement.
Yeah, just waiting to see the car pushed back into the pit lane here, and I fear we might have to remove our headphones for fear of getting the earphones blown out for the cheer that might result, but that's a problem I'm willing to accept.
I see the smiles there from Rory. He didn't want to have hope, but his team gave him hope and they delivered.
Yeah, just got to bring the boys out here with the push bar to get it across the line. That is obviously still need to abide by all the safety regulations even at the end, and that's what the push bars are for. So we'll let him into the pit lane here, and we'll call that an end to the 2022 Formula SAE event.
Absolutely, well done RMIT. What a finish. What a finish to this event.
That really is what dreams are made of.
You know what, RMIT are back in this competition, but you know what's back? This competition.
Yes, 100%.
Formula SAE Australasia is back on.
I've been to a lot of motorsport events this year, Kevin. I have to say that's one of the best sights I've seen all year, and possibly any Formula SAE event I've ever been to. So that's a really special moment, and I think that's a great way to sign off on the dynamic events for this year and the event as a whole. And I think it's really, it's a really good story, and I think it'll be great to see everyone back here next year with some new cars. There'll be more tales of heartache and more tales of joy in 2023, and we can't wait for it.
Absolutely. It's been a pleasure commentating with you, Isaac, and I hope we haven't annoyed everyone too much. But well done, everyone, and enjoy your rest.
It's been a pleasure.
Guys, hold up, hold.